Well, welcome everybody to the frequency, the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here on the side of the road, and I'll be listening to it all. Good afternoon, everybody.
Have you seen or something? Like a homosexual? Where are you? Where's a ball-banging sky-banger? How about that sky-banging, ball-banging, gay-banging, butt-banging, ball-banging, gay-banging, butt-banging, sky-banging? Yeah, just gonna break down the fucking 712's fucking status and just sit there and jam the channel all day long.
Well, good afternoon, everybody out there in YouTube land. It's the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here. I am your host for Anarchy Television. I guess I'm just going to do another little 2-hour Skipland video gate. Unless people want to come up on the panel, I'll put the link in. But otherwise, sit back and enjoy the radio. Double 122 Wingnut QXW. Oh man, whoever just keyed up right there, man, you're warbling like you ain't got enough in your power supply or something, man. Just letting you know. Hey, bud, your audio's warbling, dude. Your audio's warbling. You might have to deal with that power supply. Top of the day, Mr. 223-455, Arizona. Check. Right back to you, man. See ya. TC254, get up. Hello, radio. Hello. Kangaroo. Yeah, I'm on a DX-Land 500 Hawaiian Islands checking in. Man, it sounds like a tree wreck on Channel 38. 500 Hawaiian Islands said, hey, you guys are just piling up on each other. TC254. I'm done. Shut up, stupid. Shut up. 86, man. I got lots of traffic, but I urge you to do 86. 500 Hawaiian Islands said aloha. Hey, attention all you shoppers out there on the frequency, the 1122 Wingnut on the side. Okay, buddy. Hey, have a good day too, man. Welcome to Hump Day. 500 said aloha from the island of Kauai. Do something about it. Was that 429? What state is that? What was your state? I can't make you out, man. The traffic is so bad. Yeah, conditions are moving around right now, you guys. I can hear it moving.
Away my hand.
Afternoon, everybody. The Wingnut Radio on the side.
30 degrees out here, Southern California. Oh yeah, smoking Joe. You have a good day out there. I see you. Hey, Rosie back there. I hope you got that water game on so you can hear what's happening to him. Catch me at 45, you're 45 real close. Go. Good time. Hey, at least you hear me. I know 766 is out there, and boy, I tell you what, man, I can't compete with that guy. But as long as somebody hears me every now and again, that's all that matters. Hello to you. Good time, just plain old good time. 101 Mobile, SoCal. I'm waving my hand and standing by. Break a break. No, you keep the key down, too. Somebody text me in Tennessee, told me to keep me out here until I get home. Hey, Dylan, 766 is a take time, got it down. Yeah, but 347 or 247, you know, we try to do it. You don't really know what's going on. And here's the one with the new Corvette. Hey, the man with that new Corvette said that. I ain't busting out with his name. Hey, dude, you better put a shot if I see you. Sure, you pimp shirt. You're going to be all right. So, I hope you, pick up Black Flag and find him something else new, because he knows it. He always in people's business, 45. He always in people's business. He knows it, but he just as bad as switchblade. Catch you later, 45. I'm 26. right, good time. You right. All right, my friend. Hey, have a great day. And 101 Mobile go. Our body 722. 722, another one of my. He told me to hold you out here until he get home. Hey, your homeboy in Tennessee said hold you out there until he get home, that break. Grin. I know you can remember he's a better peace nigga and hey, good times. How about that good times coming up out of Georgia? Good times coming up out of Georgia. They stay on your way to the Y'all keep calling, man. He got a new Corvette. And he's the one that got that new Corvette. His name, man, Dylan. He's a good friend of mine there, right? Yeah, man. They do the same thing. Why would I say that? Look at the two short, man. You keep on 9, man, like the war. If you keep it 9, 5, 5, struck him. If it's president, it's me. It's a big party. Hey, Marshall Dillon, I hope I'm not laughing. Rich Dodger, big grin. I can't call his name because he told me don't call his name. He told me don't call his name. He want to sneak up on you. He gonna get his lick back there, right? Leches moving around. Looks like Mother Nature's finally moving around Arizona out there, no doubt about it. You gotta take care out there around the east side, up there around the northeast corner. You guys all take care of 817 Mobile Cruise and my 6 day on Mobile. I'm getting down. That part that with the clutch brake in it, and the part that hooked to the grapple, all that it broke all that. Radio station first while you're rolling strong. Radio check, we're clear back.
I don't know. Can anybody cash a radio check for me? Anybody cash a radio check? Yeah, tempo. Here's what you know. He needs to get a better radio so I can't hear him. That's like the easiest way. Ain't no telling how that stuff broke, especially, you know, they pushed the ramp and it broke. Well, hellfire and damnation. Northern Michigan. Good afternoon from the island of Trinidad. Number 1 equalizer right back.
I don't hear any humor on this here. That's what I think the radio's a standard. I don't hear anybody getting laughter, telling jokes. The first paragraph of the first and they love it so much they just read it over and over and over and over. Hello, here's what. Hello, how are you? Now somebody told me a couple of jokes yesterday. That's a story right there. One guy telling a couple of jokes. But we should have guys out here with yelling, screaming, man, stop it, I can't take anymore. Instead of that, all we get is the first chapter of the first page of the book over and over and over. This guy, 18, 118, 18. My goodness, sakes above. 23, Chicago, World Radio, 333. Bottle of wine. 1060 Southern California. Tell us in Southern Humor. Quit practicing radio language. Humor. Plastic insulator. Here's your antenna. The most unhappy people, groups of thousands of you.
What the hell is that, Cindy? I don't know what that is. Well, I say good day to you too, sir. Good day. What's up, Sunfish? Shit, I was sitting there, I was like, there's got to be a glove somewhere nearby. Slap you across the face with it. John, afternoon time to you, sir. Yeah, I'm glad to see you guys here, man. Skip has been running all morning, but I think it's kind of moving around. It's kind of moving directions and stuff, so I can hear it kind of change and from what it was a little while ago. So it's moving to different areas. But I'm also getting a lot of fucking crazy, stupid, like background type noise. It's usually quite quiet on sideband, but there's a lot of people fucking dead teaming and some shit, man.
Manitoba, Canada. 266, Manitoba, Canada. Calling 59. What's your this one, I'm gonna keep this one.
You know, I was watching, what was it, the ninth season of Fear the Walking Dead. JoJo was up, and I was sitting there watching. You know, this basically spinoff, I guess, of Walking Dead was called Fear the Walking Dead. But anyway, I was sitting there watching this, all right, and I noticed, you know, how they're portraying how they're using like CB radios and walkie-talkies and stuff like that to communicate, so they can help people and all this other stuff, quote unquote. I'm doing air quotes when I say that. It's just I was wondering. I actually am curious to know what this radio would sound like if we are in a zombie apocalypse type of scenario. I'm curious what I would hear on this thing. You know, I really am. Because, you know, I've got like walkie-talkie type radios and stuff like that. They just don't, they don't get to these frequencies. Like they go to different frequencies. And there's no telling who else, unless they've got the same type of radios or whatever, they can get to the same kind of thing, who else is going to hear it. And then it's time to, like, when it comes down to the prepper scenario of how do you have this powered up? And then there's like the off chance there's an EMP or something like that. Is this protected? You know? So it can be used in the future after the EMP. All right. You know what I mean? All right. See, I'm always thinking about these things. You know, I've got it's not one of these particular brand kind of radio. It's an older radio. It still works good. I've got it as a backup to the backup kind of stuff sitting aside, just in case kind of thing. But that's another thing too. It's like, you know, I sit there and watch this stuff and I'm wondering, you know, it's all written in the script. It's all on the fucking movies and the TV shows. You know, they got a lot of shit figured out already, evidently, because I started thinking about it. All these walkie-talkies I got, rechargeable batteries on them. That's fine. All right. But unfortunately, at the moment, the way to recharge the batteries on that walkie-talkie is it sits in this little docking thing. And you put the radio in there, and that plugs into the wall, into the AC, 120 volts, whatever. All right. Well, all right. Well, I've got to have like 100. What's up, dude? I've got to have 120 volts, whatever, or 120 volts, whatever, to power that fucking little docking station just to charge the fucking radio. That's a rechargeable battery. All right. I started thinking about this when I started watching this fucking show. It's one of the things that pops in my mind, when it comes down to communications and stuff like that. All right. Let's say the zombie apocalypse is full on. It's full on. Everybody realizes this is not a joke. This is fucking for real type of shit, blah, blah, blah. All right. And then you get to the point where you want to actually communicate with others so we can actually coordinate and actually get some shit going. You know what I mean? All right. How do you fucking get this communication system up? Who are you going to talk to? Who are you going to trust to talk to? Who are you going to trust to even hear what you're listening to? Do you have any kind of a code thing kind of set up already with somebody? You know what I mean? It's like, okay, I'm not going to broadcast to everybody what fucking frequency I'm going to, but hey, man, can you go to channel blue, or channel yellow, and you already got this kind of set up, whatever it is, you got this kind of set up with your friends and whatever. And, that's something else too. I mean, not only that, it's just the communications, even using the radio in those type of situations, because you see it all the time in the fucking movies. You sit there and, oh, I need help, I need help, I need help on the radio, and then people come to save you, or they're coming to fucking rob you, or the people that are hollering for help are the ones that are wanting to fuck you over, and blah, 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 blah. You see it all the time in the movies. All right. So, I started thinking about these things, when it comes down to it. It's really hard for people when we have the means of communication at our disposal right fucking now for people to actually communicate. Right on, Jojo. The thing is, it's like we can't even fucking communicate with each other right now when we have all these means of communications at our fingertips. What's gonna fucking happen if we still can't communicate even in a fucking zombie apocalypse scenario? And then we're limited on how we can communicate. This may be one of the only ways. Now, there are other ways too that I'm looking into when it comes down to analog television frequencies, using that for a means of communication also. But the thing is, it's like for instance, this will go down, but this will be able to still be used. All right. But then even then, it's like, okay, you just got to think of the logistics of it. All right, you got to have more than just a fucking radio. You got to have something to power it up. You've got to have coax to come out of this thing and go into an antenna. You got to have the right kind of antenna for the type of frequencies that you're going to be talking on. Well, these are the things you got to know. I mean, if you want to use something like this on the so-called prepper or survivalist type of mentality, when it comes down to this kind of stuff, when it comes down to, even if you don't use it like on an everyday basis, like I do anyway, at least get good equipment, have good equipment that works, know how it works, how to hook it up, how to have everything set up, have all that knowledge way ahead of the time. Because it would suck if you just bought this shit, stored it away, don't know shit about it, and the time comes you need it and you don't know fuck about it. Yeah, and I mean, Cindy, that's the other thing is when it comes down to that is part of the whole scenario is having a power source to power this stuff up. That's why I was sitting there talking about that Fear the Walking Dead show, because I just watched the 9th season on DVD, and I was sitting there watching them. All these guys are all using walkie-talkies and shit like that, and I'm sitting there thinking, I was like, all right, the logistics of just having those motherfuckers charged up all the time. All right, majority of the time you think about it, these probably got these damn things on the whole damn time, waiting for somebody to call them, that kind of shit, or whatever. You know what I mean? So these things are going to need to be charged like every day. You know what I mean? I'm sitting there thinking about it, what that would look like, a little docking station and a fucking, charging station on how that's going to be powered. Think about it. In a zombie apocalypse scenario, with people that are willing to take what you got you know, because they want to survive just as much as, and desperate people will do desperate things. Think about it. Zombie apocalypse, communications. How are you guys going to fucking do it? I'm not saying I have the answers either. I'm not saying that I have the ultimate means of doing that either. At least I have a head start on a lot of levels because I've been doing it for a long time. That's the reason why I kind of do this thing on the YouTube while we still have it, is to expose people to this older technology. Still works good. All right. And then when it's like the video killed the radio star. Remember that song? Well, it's kind of like that, but I'm trying to get that right back into people's lives anyway. At least to hear that there's still a lot of people on the fucking radio talking. See, there's a lot of different ways to even think about it. I'm talking about like when it comes down. What's up, UK Transparency? I was sitting there thinking about just like on the prepper scenario of communications. I was like, "What's up, Snooks?" The whole scenario of like a group of people in your or whatever. Like for instance, like I said, I'm going by the Walking Dead scenario. Um, Having that infrastructure, which is each person having their own radio in a sense, that becomes the infrastructure, and everybody becoming, be able to contact each other. All right, that's becomes the infrastructure. That becomes the whole, uh, um, communicate. You know what I mean? Because you can't just really have one walkie-talkie or one radio out there, and you're talking to yourself. So I'm thinking like on a zombie apocalypse scenario. All right, the whole logistics of everything that has to be happening when it comes down to it. If you're wanting to be able to communicate others outside of just sending smoke signals or yelling really loud, you know. I hear you. I, well, I don't know. I was just like I said, I was watching that damn video, that show, and everybody had a walkie-talkie, or they had some like I don't know, old gas station or something set up where they had a generator in there running a damn CB radio for more long distance talking. You know what I mean? To communicate with longer distance away or something like that. I was just thinking about it. Like if we were in a zombie apocalypse type scenario when it comes down to communications and how to keep those communications up and running, keeping them batteries charged up, uh, you know, uh, having some basic, frequencies out there, um, which there are some basic frequencies out there that people have already kind of set up. You know what I mean? They don't get really used, but they're already kind of set up. Yeah, well, that's what I claim. I mean, if I don't really claim to be a quote unquote prepper, I'm more of I guess, a survivalist type of a scenario. That's what that's more if you always put a label to it, you're right, Snooks. But, see, the thing is, it's like I do prepare for, or am, and, for stuff because like I do collect supplies that I know will help keep me alive if something like that was to help. Was that actually have to happen? Keep me alive for a little bit longer than if I didn't have it. Put it that way. But that's another thing too. That's another thing too. It kind of keeps me a slave to my stuff. You know what I mean? Which kind of sucks too because I kind of like the mobility of just grabbing my backpack and having nothing else to worry about. I like that. I've had that. I've done that before, and it's a lot freer. It's just, now that I kind of like, well, I've spent about 10 or more years kind of gathering a lot of stuff up. I kind of want to hold on to it. I don't want to give it up right now because this would be the wrong time to give it up. Yeah, Bring supplies. I could just imagine what that supply bag would look like. Snooks, I hear you. You have a point there, Nude. I'm gonna tell you something, man. Um, they'd starve to death in Hollywood if they went. I mean, Hollywood and fucking uh, and DC, they'd fucking starve to death if that's all they ate was brains. I don't know, man. But I was sitting there thinking about it also. Now, if it was just the like the Walking Dead type of zombies, uh, I could think I can handle that. I think I can handle that. But when it comes down to like, 28 days later or was it World War Z type zombies, that's a whole different ball of fucking wax right there, boy. You know, a whole different ball of wax.
Okay. Let's go plant some apples and some pumpkins.
What would you rather deal with? The zombies with from 28 days later or the zombies from Walking Dead? Just curious. Anybody in the chat? I mean, curious what would you rather deal with? Anyway. Oh no, dude. Cut the head off. Cut the head off and then double tap it. I would treat it like a venomous snake. I'd cut the head off. For real. Well, you have a point there, Nude. I mean, they're like, I guess you would call them the NPCs, the non-player characters. I mean, those are the zombies of in real life that we see in front of us walking around. The ones that are still in their fucking car by themselves with the windows rolled up, wearing a fucking mask, and they've got a mask on their little dog too. Those are the NPCs, the zombies of today.
Beautiful Phoenix. Oh, I can sit here. Phoenix is my town. Skybanger sticks around. Oh, God. Bears today. Oh, the recording makes some big money out of it, Sure. And we'll say 73. We are on frequency. Over. Skybanger Brothers is on frequency. Over. Get a new call for Sky. Hi, Piggy. What are you doing, man? On frequency. Well, you keep calling me so much, Piggy. What are you doing, man? All by yourself. What are you doing, Piggy? That'd be nice. Hey, Pinky, what did you eat for lunch? Pinky, did you squeeze 69 bottles of juice? Did you squeeze those 69 bottles of juice to give Pinky? You got Skybanger on your lips. Hey, yeah, Pinky. King of the squeeze. The big squeeze, Pinky. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you. You can't your CBR without thinking about that. You probably wish you was the Skybanger. in Mexico.
Well, see, that's the thing, dude. I'm gonna tell you something. That's the thing. It's like, okay, you know, you got these ones that are dependent on these cell phones at the moment. These things right here. All right. Well, they don't really are not exposed or even know anything about this. Hey, what's going on, 21? What's going on? I was just sitting there talking about it. I was sitting there watching that Fear the Walking Dead thing, and I was like noticing how everybody had like either a CB set up or like a bunch of walkie-talkies. Everybody had a walkie-talkie and stuff like that. I was sitting there also noticing the type of walkie-talkies they were using and the antennas they had on them that sucked ass. I'm surprised they got any range on them at all. But then I started thinking about like how they fucking, you know, the prepper scenario, how to fucking keep these things charged up. And then, you know, all this other shit, you know, and I mean, I don't think a lot of people's thinking about it. If everything was to blink out, if this was to go away and blink out, this may be and other radio communications and other like means of stuff will be the way we communicate. And then it's like, because we all become the infrastructure of that stuff. So, I mean, it's just most people are just not aware of these things even existing anymore. You know, a lot of the newer generations there, unless they have people that are around it, they don't get exposed to it. So, I mean, everybody out there, I'm gonna tell you something. There's a lot of motherfuckers on the radio.
Romeo 360 out here in Nevada. Stand by. There's that Skybanger Bethany.
And we've also had trolls and haters for a long time, and there's still some people have been on the radio for over 40 years, and they've been a hater and a troll the whole goddamn time. So it's actually we a lot of us CB operators and radio operators out there, we've dealt with this type of stuff way before even the internet was even a freaking thing. So the internet ain't got shit on radios. Well, I need a professor at my island.
Roger on to Cleveland. Whiskey Romeo 360 Nevada. Copy in the mail. 111.
There's got to be I think that it's just trying to find a way to be independent, on electricity. You know, just being fully independent.
Okay, I think it's at 711 Cleveland. I do appreciate you coming back. You have a fine day yourself out there. Have a good weekend coming up. Whiskey Romeo 360. Down to Las Vegas, Nevada. Go back quiet. Go there, big.
That can be done. It's just the amount of work it does take. You keep you in shape, but it's a lot of work for the amount of load that you might be putting on that. That's the only thing. I mean, there is a way to do that, like literally, but I've been thinking of ways of maybe even amplifying the power that comes out of it. So, you know, I don't know. There's a way to probably amplify everything. You know, just bump up the voltage and blah blah blah, do transformers or whatever.
Northeast corner, state of Mobile. I hear 260 Mobile up there, Maine Mobile. What's going on, Radio Man? What's going on, Radio Man? 269er, 269er over here, Maine.
Yeah, you have a good point there, 444. But you also got to think on this level of, like, for instance, just a zombie apocalypse type of an idea. If that was to actually be a reality and not a movie, Having something like that are either already set up or trying to set that up in that type of situation, just so you can keep everything going. You know what I mean? What? That's actually what would be my choice out of the two myself.
So much you sit here and say his name on the radio all day. Just touching bases coast to coast, 113 down here in Orange County, California. Bigger shadow of it. It'll stay the same all day long. Go ahead and Florida, buddy. Catch you later, 3-5, still in Orange County.
Hey, attention all you shoppers out there. Attention all you shoppers. This is the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here on this extra special frequency. The 1122 Wingnut Radio. I'll be QXW.
How about that 1591? You got a grip?
I heard you out there, Holla. Go ahead.
And no contact on that 1591, 510 Southern California.
Oh, good night, anyone.
56 Missouri, making a good trip out here in the beach of Southern California.
Hey, there's the Wingnut Radio right here on the side of the road. What the hell's going on out there in Skipland? Hey, what's going on out there in Skipland?
1009 Southern California on the side. Well, I wouldn't mind a broadcast music. Really? Did you need to hear yourself? Well, I guess it just takes all kinds of idiots out here, doesn't it? Hey, 573, you're making a good time. I'm the driver of this said shore bus. And you're the driver of this said shore bus. Yeah. If you look at that window in the arteries, it'll crack the glass. the bus driver? Oh my lord, we're in trouble. Whiskey 369 in Pittsburgh, PA. Papa Charlie 242 Saskatchewan, Beach, Canada. Saying hello. Hey, 2 Whiskey 369. Yeah, that's we're working in the other room, man. You just came booming in here, so we thought we better come over and say howdy, howdy. Hope you're having excuse me. Hope you're having a good day. I got a bug in my throat.
Holy crap, man. That dude out there is off frequency. He is actually way too damn low on frequency. And then on top of that, he's garbling like he's got a low power supply or something out there. I don't understand. Why in the hell nobody talking to him and telling him that stuff? What the hell? Y'all probably, wait, everybody telling him the audio sounds fine. What the hell? Why is everybody lying to this guy?
Why they telling you sound good?
I never said I did. I'm just saying that guy, he's out there is warbling. He's off frequency, and people tell him it's like everything sounds fine. I was like, I don't understand that.
I like warbling. I like to warble. What's wrong with that?
It sounds like crap to me. I mean, you know, that's what it sounds like to me. But if you like it, I mean, you know, he can talk like that if he wants to.
No, man, you can't tell those people that. They find out that when they burn up their equipment.
No, I was just trying to help, man. I'm like, you know, come on now. It's like everybody else is like, I heard two people say, man, no, you sound fine. I'm like, why in the hell are you lying to that guy?
629-510. Hey, Bill. Division Hawaii. And you'll come to see us 629-510. Ventura back quiet. I hear you, Bill. What's going on, 510? You don't hear me? 9. Yeah, just barely. Your antenna must be burned up. No, it ain't burned up. Actually, I got it all tuned up today. Did you get your stuff working right? Yep. Got your match now about 4 inches short? Actually, I didn't touch nothing. I just moved the other antenna away from the other one, and it was perfect. I got a 1.1. Oh, nice. Yeah, 1.1 with the power on. Nice. You'll be dropping the hammer now.
How many feet of coax you got running on that thing?
What kind of coax?
No, how many feet of coax?
I run about 90-something feet. I got to cut like 94.5 feet, and it's LMR 600.
Oh, 10-4. What about that other guy you were just talking to?
9 Bill, I don't know. What are you running? You're running LMR 400 already. 858. Yeah, LMR. It's an LMR 4.
How many feet he's got on that antenna?
Roger. You got operator Nicholas here, and in a little town called Millinocket, Maine, USA. Oh, looks like our mental institution early. Roger, very familiar with Florida. Doesn't bother me. The cowards will never show up. Where's that dummy load out there? Oh, that's Mark. He's up there in Liberal Town of Denver. Oh, is that Skybanger? Skybanger's brother. Is that Skybanger? It's his wannabe brother. Look down like Carol and his wife. Pretty much. She's like, she's kind of like Harold and Steve. Michigan sounded good out here on the west side. Check their moon radio 0754. You're 910 over 73.
Yeah, well, I can hear the conditions moving out there. What the hell's going on out there, man? I hear a lot of noise. I hear a lot of noise out there in my radio. What's going on? See, that guy, he sounds really high pitched. That guy sounds really high pitched. He's low on frequency. That's what it is. And then on top of that, you hear that kind of like that squirrely or that warbly type sound. That's usually like a symptom of his power supply not being enough. It's not actually having enough amperage to back it up. That's one of the symptoms. So I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's what it sounds like. And it's irritating that he keeps on. He's going to blow some shit up or ruin his equipment if he keeps on running it like that. I understand that because I've done it before myself.
Nashville sounding good on the west side. Inside my ears!
What the hell's going on over there in the left coast? What's going on over there in the left coast, man, over there in California? Really, I don't believe a word of it. I really don't believe a word of it.
There are some commies out here. There's the commies everywhere. Do you know where belly fluctuates comes from?
Just sounds like a damn breeding ground over there, boy. I'm gonna tell you.
Oh man, I'll tell you. I think Colorado's the new inbreeding ground. Did you ever try saving the belly button fuzz? You know that fuzz that goes in your belly button? You ever try saving it?
The weirdos of the radio. Well, welcome everybody to the Wingnut Radio Show here on Anarchy Television. That's right, the 1122 Wingnut Radio QXW.
The Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of Mexico, America loses Mexico. It doesn't get mixed up with belly button fuzz.
Some weirdos. Weirdos. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Somebody please explain it to me.
What is up with that, kitty? Why won't you jam the golf rig with me, Kenny? Just nobody's out there.
I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. Can please somebody explain it to me?
I don't know. It depends. Do you have an identity? Hey, I put
Yeah, this is the Wingnut Radio.
antenna. This is the who? What'd you say?
The 1122 Wingnut Radio.
I think you lost me with all that.
Okay. 1, 1, 2, 2. Wingnut Radio. Was that slow enough?
Did I tell you to shut up?
Holy crap on a cracker.
I thought I told you to shut up.
Holy crap on a cracker. I don't understand it.
Lynching is of the Democrat Party. Jim Crow is of the Democrat Party. Yeah, I did. I wrote it down here. I did. I told you to shut up. Party. Marxism is of the Democrat Party. I just want to make sure I didn't forget to tell you to shut up.
Did you write a date? Did you timestamp it?
It's murdered 62 million people in the womb. Eugenics of Margaret Sanger's of the Democrat Party. Black Lives Matter has a home in the Democrat Party. Anti-fascists have a home in the Democrat Party. The Civil War was of the Democrat Party. Slavery was of the Democrat Party. Anti-Semitism is of the Democrat Party. Racism is a Democrat socialism. Socialism, I sure do miss hearing that Skybanger out here. Of that. Cancel culture from Mao Zedong is now seated in the Democrat Party. And I won't read the other 30 articles. Have a good day.
Dude, Sunfish, I'm going to tell you something. You could probably actually, you could probably just Google me up, dude. I am the legend, as they say. I've actually seen it on a website. They had one of the only images of me, or my face anyway, from years ago, and they titled it "The Legend 1122 Wingnut Radio." I'm considered a legend in some people's minds. It's awesome.
You're written it so well that you can't even see it. I'm what you call a professional pigment picker. I doubt you have that title. There you go. I got this Democrat worshiper. He's cutting loose in his big radio on me. This guy cut it.
Buffering. Oh shit! Fuck up.
This is Skybanger. Your net control. This is a directed.
What's going on, Popcorn?
Until you're spoken to. And we'll be starting check-ins shortly. We just want to make sure everybody knows that all check-ins less than 9 estimates will be counted as a late check-in. So we encourage you to work on your radio station.
Oh yeah, there's somebody out there in California doing that.
Net so you're
Popcorn.
not penalized for your inefficient operation.
That's California over there, playing some music over there. Somebody over in that direction, anyway.
Please check in. First, do we have any emergency traffic? Before we start the check-in process, we like to make sure there's no emergency or urgent traffic. Is there any emergency or urgent traffic on the frequency before the spy banger net? Please come now.
Yeah. We got ourselves a peanut butter jammer out there. That's what it sounds like, Popcorn.
And always remember, you're not fully dressed unless you have to. I think they're coming to take Rob Petrusky to the Bunny Farm, 24th Street in Van Buren. That's Phoenix, Arizona. You can visit Rob at 24th Street in Van Buren, Nevada. Hey, Pinky, let me ask you a question. Sure. See you on the hill right now. 5'9", gang bang, bang bang. Hey, Pinky, how do I sound to you up on the hill right now? Pinky, how do I sound to you on the hill right now? You can't do that. Pinky. And you know that. He ain't got no legs. Pinky, them 62 quarts done take you out of the...
That's the thing, Popcorn. I was trying to explain to some people out here on the internet. They don't know what fucking haters are. Hell, we've had haters for fucking 40 years, man.
Outhouse and the back outhouse in Indiana, or Kentucky, or wherever the hell he says he is. 249 in the outhouse.
I laugh at some of these people out here on YouTube. They get so fucking frustrated with haters and trolls and shit. And I'm like, dude, I've been dealing with this fucking my whole life, man.
Alabama. That's where 249 Alabama. In the outhouse, smoking cigarettes. That's his call sign. 249, Alabama, backwoods in the outhouse, smoking cigarettes. That's his call. I'm not talking about Plato, Socrates, that's the one and only. Mr. Rob Petrusky, 5'9", gangbang number. And you know, if I got a nickel for every time just the losers out there said my name, I'd be really rich. I don't have nothing to do with it.
What the hell?
He's definitely a Polish. He's about 5'6", with 250 pounds. I like it when they move the scale a little bit to try to make you look bad. Yes, Chris. I look like a force to contend with. I got my Starsky and Hutch Huggy Bear jogging outfit, and I got my matching shoes. And you ask Chris, I look like you don't want to mess with me. Tell them, Chris. Tell them they don't want to. Especially when I'm wearing my coke dealer's outfit, they don't want to mess with me. You talk too much.
Oh, hell, fire, and damnation.
And he's 400 pounds.
What the hell's going on out there? I don't know, man. Somebody please explain it to me. I hear all kinds of crazy stuff on my radio. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to have to lock myself in.
Pounds and you're 4'1". I don't think he can reach the microphone right now because he's only 4'1". All you hear is Skybanger 5'9". Isn't that a wonderful sound?
Unfortunately, that's not the only thing I hear.
Oh, unfortunately.
Well, unfortunately, you're down there along with the rest of them.
Well, bless your heart. That's one of the biggest biggest compliment anybody's given me all day. You're still out there for a night. We need some more stimulus.
Well, I mean, I'd like to have some more people out there, but I'm gonna tell you, it's just like it's such a traffic jam out there right now. You're gonna have to really put that thing to 4-wheel drive to crawl over the mud.
Well, it's difficult being Skybanger because it's lonely at the top.
Yeah, Skybanger doesn't have an ego. Of course not.
Of course not. I can't even afford one. He doesn't have legs either. If I did, I'd have two of them in my garage. But what I did get the old lady was I said, hey, happy birthday. I got the old lady. She goes, oh, what'd you get me? I said, it's in the driveway. I put it in the driveway, and it goes from 0 to 60 in like 1 second. Oh, did you buy me a car? I said, no. It's not a car. It's a bathroom scale. It's a bathroom scale. Oh, I hate you.
Holy crap on a cracker. I got myself a peanut butter jammer out there on the frequency. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
CQ, I will tell you what you need to do. You need to talk to more Arizona stations. CQ. This is your world universe station, Skybanger 59, taking control of the airwaves. You are not allowed to turn your radio off. You must listen to Skybanger. You must listen to Skybanger. You must listen to Skybanger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know a lot of us are having to stand by because, well, conditions are such like one way. It's like Arizona's getting out everywhere, but I don't know, everywhere's not getting out. That's what seems to be on this end. Most of the levels out there, we pretty much sit around and talk here all day because it seems to be like that there's some invisible force field on top of our glorious state, filtering out the good and the bad signals, and we are okay with that. We appreciate our state doing that for our radio people. So, having said that, it's a very beautiful day in Phoenix. The temperature is 86 degrees with wind and very low humidity. And I'll tell you what, in the shade, it seems even cooler than that for whatever reason. It seems like you could take a nap and just enjoy yourself. Just make sure the mosquitoes and the ants don't bother you, because they'll leave quite a few and them red dots all over your skin if you fall asleep and you get eaten up by some of them critters, because they sure think you have good taste or you taste good. One of those two apply to that. Having said that, everything else is rosy in the beautiful state of Arizona. They call us the Grand Canyon State, the state with one of the 7 wonders of the world. That's right, Grand Canyon is one of the 7 wonders in the world, and it's in Skybanger land. Grand Canyon is Skybanger land. So when you think of the word Grand Canyon, you think of, that's right, Skybanger 59. And when you think of Skybanger 59, what do you think of? Yep, that's right, the Grand Canyon State. That's right, the greatest state in the Union thus far, the glorious state of Arizona, my state, and I hope it's your state too someday. We are rocking it. I'll tell you, to the free world. That's what we're doing, rocking it in to the free world. This is Skybanger 59, Skybanger 59, Skybanger 59, keeping it real Keep it real out here in Radio Land. Appreciate folks coming by and listening. We always like to do a live cast. Make sure equipment is happy with Skybanger. Equipment is very, very happy with Skybanger's performance. And Skybanger is very, very happy with equipment performance. We are off the key, on this frequency, frequently, but we're back in. Roger D. That's a bad day, 4 for trio. We're back. Hope to meet you again down below. 416 Trinidad. Ciao, ciao. We have a whole lot of late check-ins. If you meet Skybanger frequency coordinator, and I was directing all this mess out here, I'd be nut control, because all you guys are a bunch of nuts. We got nut control, and anybody with less than 5 or 7 S units, I would surely count as a late check-in and possibly even absent, depending on how I feel. Over?
Holy crap on a cracker. Well, welcome everybody to the live stream. The 1122 Wingnut Radio DDO out here for Anarchy Television.
Skybanger 59 is the conversation. Once you get that through your head, that Skybanger 5959 is the conversation, it'll be well with you and you'll be further ahead than the average Joe. Just remember that. Skybanger 59, often imitated, never duplicated. Sweep no sky too high. We are banging it forever. And I'll tell you why. Because we got the internal fire of bang, bang, bang. Oh, if you could get close to that, it'd make your SWR flip your SWR bridge off. You get close to Skybanger, your SWR protector will flip on and shut all your radio off. Skybanger has so much RF, inductance, conductance, reactance, you name it, I got it. You get near Skybanger radio, and your radio starts tripping and be like, what is going on? Well, Skybanger can take a walkie-talkie, a little handheld, and get that little telescopic whip just right, length, according on some guesstimated measurements without using a meter stick, but just based on experience, eyeball, the feel, and other things that come along with experience. Tricks of the trade, they call them. If I tell you, I'm going to have to kill you. But oh my, how many of you know the tricks of the trade? Oh, they're so priceless. Well, Skybanger has bags full of tricks of trade. Oh my God, what do I got to do now? Oh, I have to remember which tricks for that trade. So don't forget, trick or trade, trick or trade. Let me snap. I don't know, trick or treat, trick or trade. You know what I'm saying? It sounds kind of funny like that. But that's right. We appreciate them comments out there. Go Skybanger, forever Skybanger. Skybanger for president. Skybanger for ruler of the universe. Skybanger for man of the year. Nobel Bang Prize for Skybanger. Man, I appreciate every single one of the comments out there saying Skybanger rock. I appreciate it. 73 from Skybanger 59 in Phoenix. The boys be hating tonight. They be hating hard. Oh my gosh, my equipment is just so wonderful. Cleveland is working very well today. Greatest equipment around.
I love my CB radio.
Isn't that fun when we used to do that, especially when my equipment is better? I got a bigger hand mic than you because I have a big hand. I don't have a little hand like a Democrat. Well, I tell you what, nobody does it quite the way I do. 5'9's got it going on. Yeah, I appreciate 5'9. I appreciate 5'9. You know why? If you can't appreciate yourself, then you got some issues. You're gonna be like always non-content. If you hate yourself, you'd be on the radio trying to say bad things about Skybanger 5'9. That's how a lot of folks cope with their inner hate. They find a scapegoat, an innocent, gullible, nice, wholesome, like Skybanger. To try to unleash their demons, and then they find out how come their demons don't work on Skybanger. Well, Skybanger report to a higher authority.
SG, holy shit! Been a while, dude. What's going on? How you? Everybody good? You good, mate? You good, mate?
It's some good stuff, man. It really is. And guess what? It works. It works really well. But having said all that, this is radio. This is radio. This is radio. So what radio is to me is this. This is radio. What radio is to you is that. Now, just because you don't think that my radio is the same as your radio, don't give you the right to say a bunch of terrible things to Skybanger 5'9. Then I'll start going off the rails and talk about your homosexuality and stuff. It comes up all the freaking time. I just brought it up. I know why, because it's always out here. But I'm doing it for a purpose, as an example, to show people out there how crooked-minded all these negative Nancys are. You know, it's the people that are saying wholesome things and trying to get something done positive for the group collectively as a corporate group. All of us out here having a good time. You guys don't even know I made friends with 2112 in Florida. That like totally blew them away. I am friends with 2112 in Florida. Skybanger 5'9. That should blow y'all away. The other thing is, 2 days ago, I ran 100 contacts in 5 minutes. And coming from a guy that only contacts himself every 5 minutes, I showed you folks out here, Skybangers go bang, 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 bang. Over 100 contacts, 5 minutes. And I'm keyed. And everybody was bewildered, amazed, dazed, confused, laid on their back, looking at the stars like, what in the world? How did Skybanger get 100 contacts in 5 minutes? We never would have expected that in a minute. It's like, hey, well, Skybanger's full of more surprises than that. So stay tuned to the coming up days. If you think you can hear Skybanger now, wait till I'm on every remote in every city, in every state, and you can hear me on double sideband. This is Skybanger 5'9 talking to you from the wonderful world of Phoenix, Arizona.
I want to be a gangster like you. Bang, 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 bang.
What, Rick? Hey, this is playtime. This is how we play. Sometimes we play rough, sometimes we play for fun. But we play. When we stop playing, that's when you got worried. Something sick. Skybanger sick. Oh, we're worried about you, Skybanger. Somebody send some chicken soup to Skybanger house. It's so quiet on the air. Thank you for saying that. I know you will. I have a good time. I know you do too. I can cut it off anytime when it becomes real serious, urgent, and emergency. I've got self-control. I'm trying to show a lot of these folks what self-control is, how to turn on a dime. Turn on a dime, regardless of your age. Oh, I'm too old to get along with people. And I guess you're too old. I'll never be too old to get along with people or to get under their skin. I'll never be too old. Okay, thanks, Rick, for jumping in. It's always a pleasure when you jump in and give a little relief. And it's always fun and pleasant. And thank you for always being like that and keeping it real.
What's going on, SG?
Hey, how's it going? Oh, shit.
Superpower. You're always 20.
I'm sitting there listening to this. One of the biggest egos out there on the radio at the moment.
Of course. Oh, well, that's a big competition, though, isn't it? Biggest ego on the radio. Oh man, he
Let me
does
tell
sound
you.
like it, though.
He's got a big ego. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's all about Skybanger, Skybanger, Skybanger. It's crazy.
Oh,
Yeah. I don't know.
we
Everybody's got
were-
to have an ego, I guess, in one way or other. Everybody's got an ego. It's been a while, SG. Where you been in? Where you been hiding, man?
I haven't been hiding anywhere. Everyone seems to think I've been hiding. Somebody said the other day, I found SG, and it was like, yeah, they said, like, why? Where was he?
Ollie, oxen free. You know, I don't
Yodeling.
know. Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, it's like, well, no, it's
Is
just
he
been a while.
there? Is he there? Is he
Well, I
there?
mean,
Is he there?
I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen you in a chat or anything like that in a while.
I've been
So,
in the odd one, and I've been on the odd panel,
oh
but
yeah,
not much.
yeah.
No, not much.
You're doing good, all right. You're doing all right.
I'm doing okay. Yeah, you know,
Yeah, I do. I
there is
mean,
no good.
it could be
It's
worse, could be better, kind of thing.
yeah, you know, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Well,
And how's everything going with you? Is it like continuing on the same route, or is it slightly better, or?
I mean, I'm trying to save up some money, so if I can find me a piece of property,
Mhm.
I can put a down payment on it or something like that. But it's not really a good time, man, to like try and find property right now. And then on
No,
top
I
of that,
bet.
it's like,
Oh shit, we've got police here. Police just pulled up because a load of boy racers just been going round and oh look, there's a BMW estate that's just literally done a U-turn on the roundabout, and another boy racer has done a U-turn on the roundabout, and a boy racer is now leaving, and another one. And then we have the hardcore ones that are just sitting there and standing and nothing.
racing out there on the roads.
No, in a little car park, you know, they like to get the exhaust to sound pretty cool on the way round, get some tires spin, get some screechy sounds, and then they, speed up to the lights and then drive away normally. That's kind of how it is. They do. Some of them do like donuts that they'll like go round, you know, and you find out they're doing like a kind of a figure eight, and then it's hard to tell whether they actually planned it or it just happened.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Man, when the road that I live on now it got paved a few years back, and before it was dirt road forever. And there's a lot of the kids around here. They got these big, huge trucks and stuff. They used to do donuts and stuff like that out there in the dirt road. Leave these big ditches out there. It really
Yeah, I bet.
became irritating after a while. But you got a bunch of these teenagers that got these big, huge trucks out there. All they do is just sit there, tear them up.
Look,
I
look.
mean,
Look, it's doing exactly what I said. It went over the roundabout. Actually, he's chilled it out a bit, I think, because police are still not too far away. It's crazy, but hey, I never did that.
dude, I mean, I was watching a video, it was a while back ago, on that car that you got and how they souped it up, where that sucker was like, kind of like, what was that, those Mini Coopers that were in that movie,
Oh yeah.
that bank robbery movie or
The
whatever.
Italian Job.
The Italian Job, yeah. But
Yeah.
they souped up one of the cars like yours that was like that. I was like, oh, that would be awesome.
Which car like mine?
Like that when the cab that you got.
Oh yeah.
Or
did you get rid of it or no?
I've still got it right now, but it looks like I've got to get rid of it. Yeah.
Oh man, that's a good. I liked it. See, man,
it's the best car I've ever driven in my entire life. I just need a decent engine in it.
It'd be cool if we could get stuff like that over here in the States. We just can't get.
I've looked into exporting, and you know what? If I exported it over to you, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of money, dude.
It costs like about $3,000.
Shit.
But the thing is, over there, of course, there wouldn't be many on the market.
Nope.
Which means that it'd probably reach a decent enough price
Yeah, for the car itself. It's
for the
not,
car
yeah,
itself.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, and then it being odd because it's was a right hand drive type of thing. You know what I
yeah,
mean? It's not very many of those on the road either, but still, I just think it's a neat car.
it really is. I just want a performance engine in one, and of course, if it
Yeah.
was the US, I'd just say V8.
I mean, there's people that got a lot of money that want that kind of
Oh
stuff,
yeah,
and you know what I mean. You never know. I mean, that's the thing
um,
too. If you get outside of the UK and you get into the states, you might have people that have. Well, see, that's another thing too, man. All this shit that's going on worldwide right now. I'm not sure what money people have got to spend. You know what I mean? It's
yeah.
really
I ain't got none.
right. That's the thing. Me either. You know what I mean? And
I got into this prepper business, years ago. I was like, oh yeah, prepping. That's really cool. And then I looked into it, and I was like, you can't just do that like on a really simple budget.
well, all right.
You're
It'd be
gonna have
like
your generator.
like
Certainly, you can't do it in a very short time, anyway.
well, it'd be like a tin of soup here and there. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
then eventually you get something. A bunch of it stocked away. You know what I mean?
Well, I
But
did that. I like had some tins of food, and then I noticed that the tins of food and the instant coffee that I got was all start like getting close to its expiry date.
well,
I'd
see,
had
that's
them like
another thing too.
over
Well,
a
you
year.
gotta. Oh, what the hell? Look at this. What did you bring over here, SG?
What?
What is this in the chat?
What is what?
What the hell is that? That
Oh,
free
crinkle.
girls and free girls, free girls, free
It's a
girls.
crinkle.
That was a crinkle. Holy
Yeah, because
shit!
they always seems to follow crinkle around
It's
after it follows
holy
them.
shit.
Sorry,
Crinkle's
it
fucking
seems to follow someone around who sounds like crinkle.
the
Do you
kinkle.
know what I mean?
The kinkle. He's the
The
kinkle.
kinkle. Crinkle with a kinkle. We know he
Man.
does. Hey, UK
That's
Transparency.
that's funny though. I don't have any mods in there right now, so whatever.
Oh, shit.
I ain't worried about it. But
They got
it's
some
just
free advertisement. Crankle. Sorry, that's good.
crinkle. He's a oh my god. I'm telling you, man. I got onto a live over on Shady's channel one time, and Crinkle was on there. It got to the point where Shady even fucking shut the stream down because he got tired of us. I was just giving him so much hell, dude. I was just like totally
Well, you do
fucking.
like to because he does want it though, doesn't he?
Well, see, that's the thing.
That's
Is
what
like
that's what he comes on for. He claims
I,
he doesn't want the shit, but he's actually facilitating it. He's
well,
like, how can I get somebody to, rise to the occasion?
I honestly don't think he can handle me. Because
I agree.
I get him in such a I get him so worked up, which because I mean I know he got me worked up that one
You and
time.
me both in the past. Definitely.
He got me worked up that one time, and I learned from that. And now I've just reversed it. I've just like
Yeah.
totally reversed that shit. I'm like,
Actually, he got me worked up one time, and then I saw him for really what he was. Like,
oh,
to give
dude, he's
to give comments on something that someone is definitely going to take personally.
well,
Is,
I honestly think there's a possibility of like multi-personality disorder or some shit like that because I mean
oh yeah,
honestly
there's a
he he
finkle,
he
crinkle,
to, he
dinkle,
totally
winkle,
plays
tinkle.
yeah exactly he plays so many different characters and he tries to play them all off and I mean honestly because I've caught him where he's totally just being like some of the stuff he says I don't know if he's just trying to do it like for shock value or he's
Mm.
doing it because this is what he believes or really
I know it's difficult to tell, isn't it? Depends what character he's playing that day.
right all right well see that's the thing
Yeah.
too it's like and I've caught him many times on different aspects having conversations and listening to him and stuff like that and I'll just I'll totally point it out onto him and we got into this thing about I don't know I mentioned something about the hurricane or no he mentioned something about the hurricane he was wondering if I got affected by the hurricane just that happened Hurricane
Okay.
Ian that just came through whatever I was like no not in my area I had I had mostly dry, cold air that got sucked down from north that, on my side where it was, and and I was just saying, I was like, it's a possibility that that was not natural, and it was probably
Okay.
manipulated to be even bigger and
Weather
more.
manipulation is a
Yeah,
old thing, by the way,
right.
if nobody
Well,
has known.
the conversation got into that. All right, because
Oh,
he
okay.
thinks he knows so much about so much. You know what I mean? And I was sitting there. I was like, well, I have no evidence to back up any of the claims that I have that I think that some of that was manipulated to actually, because I have a theory is that because DeSantis here, the governor here, has been so standoffish to the feds when it comes down
Mm.
to actually preserving, in some ways, a lot of people's actual rights here in Florida versus what they want to do in the Fed. And he's like
Hmm.
told, basically kind of giving them the two finger salute in a sense, if you know what I
Right.
mean. And they're not liking that. So one way to actually affect DeSantis is actually just throw like a natural disaster in his direction and have him deal with that. And I knew it exactly. As soon as the damn thing came up or even got close to land, they were already in the mainstream media trying to say, "Oh, DeSantis is not doing enough to help people and blah 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 and all this other shit." You know what I mean? And they were trying to demonize him right off the fucking bat, using the storm as an excuse.
Oh, of course.
Well, in my mind, I'm sitting there thinking, it's like, well, okay, that old saying is like you can't let any crisis go to waste in a sense. Well, they're using the crisis that they could probably most likely manipulate to even get bigger and even manipulate the direction it's going. You know what I mean? This natural disaster. So I mean, you
Well,
think about it, you can't really blame anybody because it was a natural disaster, right? I mean, because nobody really knows about the effects of weather
yeah.
modification and blah blah
But
blah.
what they can blame on people who are in power is how they deal with
How would they deal
whatever
with it?
they can deal
Right,
with.
right. Yeah.
And
And if
that
they
is
can,
never very good, is it?
well, if they can demonize him on that aspect, that will give them a foot in the door to say, well, we got somebody that will do it better. So vote for him instead. You know what I
I've
mean?
seen it happen so many times in so many kind of like
Right.
similar ways,
It's an old
where,
trick, dude. It's like
yeah.
it's like if you had a handbook of old tricks, it was one of those it was one of those listed. That's one of the tricks. You
I mean,
know,
you could say it about Boris, couldn't you? Boris got into power. His real thing was Brexit. He was going to take that on, big meal. He's got to get through it, and he's got to leave no scraps, and he's literally got to clean that plate and say, thank you, that was lovely, and it's all digested and done. Instead, what happened is the meal didn't get eaten. Yeah, it just sat there and went moldy because there was some kind of emergency situation, which in the end basically career suicided him because he couldn't deal with it very well because of the lies that they've been trying to throw to us. He got lost in the lies. That's the way I look at it. And it cost him his job. Are you still there?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Yeah, so that was the end of Boris, I believe, just because of the cough,
Well,
Speaking of which, I've been sneezing a bit lately, and I think it should be banned. Sneezing. Because I hate it. It really makes me feel terrible after I've sneezed. It's like I was fine, and now I've sneezed, and I'm all blocked up, and I can't breathe, and I'm going.
Holy crap!
So it should be banned, and for about 10 minutes, I think I've got.
What should be the punishment?
Just no social media, no phone calls, no public outings. Yeah, lockdown.
Wait a minute. Do you have a mask on right now? Because I could probably catch some straight, crazy.
I have a mask underneath my face.
You better. telling you, you better have a mask on. I don't
No,
want to catch anything
obviously I'm
from
joking. Obviously I'm
over there
joking.
across the pond and shit. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
obviously I'm being like ironic or something.
The international monkey disease or something or whatever.
Because you know what happens though if you're not careful. Like somebody could run away and go, Stu was just saying he wants sneezing to be banned. Like,
Right? Yeah, I hear you.
and
I
well,
mean,
not really.
no. I mean, it's like it's so ridiculous because I mean, I can almost imagine like finding some stupid like TikTok clip or something like that of somebody actually saying and holding up a sign, "We should ban sneezing."
Yeah.
I can
At
actually
least
see
criminalize
somebody.
it.
Yeah. It's like we should punish people for sneezing on other people or sneezing in the
Yeah.
vicinity of other people. Blah, 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 blah,
Actually,
blah.
what we should
You're
do is we
you're
should all
spreading a
go.
disease.
Yeah. What we should do is, as a people, as a movement, we will go to the oilseed fields, and anyone who goes past and caught sneezing, especially people who have hay fever, then we'll be able to find them on the spot for sneezing in our vicinity. Although that means that we wouldn't have been there in the first place, so there wouldn't be anyone to sneeze on if we hadn't gone there. Oh.
Well,
But this is the kind of stupid mental, like idiocracy that we are heading for, though, aren't we?
no, I mean, yeah, I mean, honestly, if you go that route on the idiocracy, it seems like we're actually moving backwards in a lot of, and this is
Yeah,
what bothers me. It's not
serious.
just here in the U.S. It's worldwide because the more I talk to everybody around the world, we're all experiencing basically this kind of same thing by
Yeah,
these so-called
different
people
flavor.
they claim to be higher. They think they have a higher claim over our lives. I mean, seriously, SG, what's going to stop these motherfuckers? I don't care who's over there in power right now. What's going to stop them from locking
Well,
you guys down
nothing's
again?
going to
Because
stop
that's the
because
thing.
we're
That's what
all
I
dead.
wonder. It's like because
And
honestly,
I know
dude.
we've been down this route before, but we are all dead, and we don't have any rights. They have our rights.
Well, I mean, because honestly, I
Unless
mean,
you're
the more of
alive.
this shit that goes on up there in the with the big R and the fucking U country and shit, with those two going up there with that, the more that continues, and then this crap that's going on with like the big
Mhm.
C and the Taiwan, all right, with at the same time, all right, all this stuff is going on. And on top of that, I started thinking about it. I mean, seriously, I mean, I don't know what you guys set up. Like for instance, they're talking already. I've also heard rumors that they're already talking about brownouts and blackouts that are in your
Mhm.
country, and then on
Mhm.
top of that, a lot of the
In
heating.
many countries.
Well, yeah, but I've been hearing rumors about they were also talking about it on the mainstream news in your
Mhm.
country. All right, and I was
I
sitting there
literally
thinking
spoke
about
to
it.
my parents earlier, and they were like, "Yes, we're going to have blackouts." And I went, and so I know it's not supposedly a general blackout, and
Well,
you'll have warning, but how many old people are going to be set up for that with, say, a log burning fire or something?
that's another thing
My
too. I
parents were like,
started
"Oh,
thinking
well,
about.
nobody has them anymore."
Well, see, that's another thing, SG. I was sitting there thinking about it. Okay, most homes out there, what are they? Natural gas for heating? Is that how most of them are heated?
There's a lot, yeah,
A lot of them.
a lot of gas,
Well,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how most homes over there are heated, so I have no idea.
It's not towns, it's homes. It's literally at whatever point somebody decides to change their heating, they can have gas or electric or whatever.
okay? So otherwise, it's what?
Gas or electric, really.
Okay. All right. So if the electric goes down, the gas
Yep,
is another thing. I don't know how. I don't know if
gas
that's
will
like
work.
yeah
Yeah,
for a
but if the
while.
supply stops,
Yeah,
then
exactly.
you're screwed. But the majority of rural gas supplies have a on-site gas tank that gets
That
filled
gets
up
a
like twice a year
delivery
or
of
something.
gas. They get a
Yeah,
delivery, like somebody comes over and fills it up
yeah,
for
yeah.
them.
Yep.
Yeah. So if that stops, you know what I
Mm.
mean? You know what I mean? I started thinking about it. This is also getting into the winter time, SG. You know what I mean? This is like not a
Mhm.
good time for shit to go down. You know what I mean? It's never a good time. You know
How
what I mean?
many
But
people could possibly have a terminal accident during, say, a 2-week blackout of certain services. A lot of
I don't.
people could not survive.
Well, that's why I actually I talk like I said I've talked to you, I've talked to Master Ron about this too when it comes down to like actual like the so-called prepping scenario. All right, of actually having like at
Hmm.
least food and water set aside. You know what I mean? Like I said, if you can't afford a lot, all you can do is maybe a tin of soup or whatever to
Mm.
here and there, and eventually you'll have something at least that'll get you through 2 weeks if it was 2 weeks. You know what I mean? And then you got to
Yeah, I
figure
know
out
what
how
you're
you're going to
saying.
protect that you got, because desperate people will do desperate things. Next thing you know,
Yeah.
you get people
Well,
that
you
are
know that old saying, yeah? If you don't prep, then you've got to steal off the people who have prepped.
right. And I
That's
know people right off the
unfortunately
bat.
one of the main problems with prepping. You just make yourself a target because you're not, you know,
Well, unless you can protect it.
starving. So then obviously you got something.
I mean, unless you can protect it. That's the thing. It's like,
Yep.
you really
And
don't
then
you
there's
really don't
conceal it.
own anything unless you can protect it anyway. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? I mean, even what you have now, as long as you can protect it, you still have it. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? And it's nothing going on at the moment. But I mean, this could be any day now. Anybody can take something from you. Some people think it's so much easier just to take something. It takes 5 minutes to take it from you instead of working for 5 years to
Yeah.
actually earn it.
And even whether they destroy you, your items, or the rest of your items, or like destroy everything else that you would say if it was food, they'll
Right.
destroy your 10 weeks of food if they can take a week of it, you know?
Well, I'll tell you this, man. When it comes down to it, I was sitting there. I was like, that was one of the things that I was sitting there talking about earlier. I was watching. Was that spinoff from The Walking Dead? It's called Fear the Walking Dead.
Yep, I know it.
I was watching the was it ninth season on DVD, and I
Hmm.
was sitting there. I was sitting there watching it, and I noticed how like in the show everybody had these walkie talkies or they had CB radios and stuff like that, how they can communicate with each other and blah blah blah. And I really wonder, and you hear all these people on the radio right now. I really wonder what the radio is going to sound like if we were in that type of situation, like a zombie apocalypse type of
Yeah, I'd
thing.
love to dramatize that. You could create characters that would be like, giving us the ideas that you've had on what people would be like.
Well, I'm curious because I was like, I wonder because I mean, if it got down to it, I mean, and it depends on if everybody can actually survive through it and power up and keep things powered up. You
Hmm.
know what I mean? It's
Well,
another
there've been
thing is trying
many
to
LMAOs, if you know what I mean. Last man on
right,
Earth.
right.
And, you probably get, they call them Elmo. Yeah, you'd get like an Elmo in each town that survived the zombie apocalypse and basically owns the town.
Yeah.
And he'd be
Or not
like,
necessarily.
"My
It'd be
Springfield takes her heads off at any
kind of like inherited it. You
distance."
know what I mean? Because I mean,
Well, yeah,
seriously, there would be so much abandoned stuff if it was like
yeah,
that.
and he
You
would
know.
want to protect his abandoned stuff
Well,
from
who wouldn't?
potential raiders who come in,
I mean, if
and
you're
they would
one, if you,
probably set traps.
but that's another thing too. I was going to say this earlier. I mean, I know people personally. Their whole plan is not to prep. Their whole plan is to take what other people's got.
To loot
That, that's their whole
and
plan.
to raid.
Well, yeah. I mean, but they're going to get shot, or they're going
Yeah,
to have to kill
yeah,
people
but
to get it.
you've got the risk of that even if you prep because people are
Yeah.
wanting your shit anyway.
Well, that's the thing too. I mean,
But
that's
it's
the
being
thing.
on
It's
the
like,
right side of it, isn't it? The
well, I
moral right
mean,
side of it.
and then also it's just knowing your surroundings. Like for instance, like the people that live near you. Kind of knowing the area of your neighbors and what they're like. Or at least knowing of them and not necessarily knowing them personally, but at least knowing of them. Or
At least
you know,
you'll know the devils, you mean.
well, I mean, you'll have a good idea who to keep an eye on and who not to keep. You don't have to
I
worry
bet
about
some
too
of those
much
people who
because.
pretend to be angels will soon turn out to be devils.
Well, that's true too. I mean, I have to say that's true too. I mean, because I mean, you know, I, I don't own this piece of property that I'm on. It's my dad's piece of property. But I've had people say, "Man, that's a really nice piece of property. When the shit goes down, I'm coming to your house." I'm like, "No, the fuck you ain't." You know what I mean? And the only way you will be accepted here is if you're going to actually, bring something in, and to contribute. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Because um, I'm not gonna just, because honestly, I'm
And
only.
contributing people during well, that's a difficult one. Some people wouldn't be able to contribute. Well, let's
Well,
say
that's
one
that.
person out of their party couldn't contribute.
Yeah. Well, that would be the only way I'll accept him into my world, in a sense. That kind of thing. It's like, because otherwise, if he, it'd be a liability. It'd be I can't take care of other people. I can barely take care of myself, and I'm much less, like, in a situation like that. For instance, I'd be even more concerned about taking care of myself. And I got dogs. I want to keep them alive. You you know what I mean? So, I mean, it's one of them things. It's like, okay, I'm not. It's I don't know. It's one of them things, dude. It's like, and I'll be willing to protect what I have. And
Well, yeah, how about this? You remember the excuse me, the oh, let me think. There was a tornado, if I'm right. It may not have been a tornado, but there was a tornado, and everywhere got flooded. It's quite a large area a few years ago in the US. Do you remember?
uh-huh.
And there was one story. There was this guy, and he's like, have gun, no food, or something like that. Yeah, and he got dog and his gun and his food and his sign that said that. And like 3 times the police went past him, and eventually they took his gun. So during a literal, typhoon or whatever it was, tornado hit and floodings, and basically everything had turned to shit that was in the water, and people are like potentially almost, rioting or like taking what people have got, and they decide to take his gun.
Well,
One
I
thing
mean,
that he actually used to protect himself.
yeah, they
Protect
did
his
that.
shit.
They did that during when Hurricane Katrina happened
That's
here.
the one.
Yeah, Hurricane Katrina. Yeah, they were doing that. They were going around house to house, actually, and
Yeah.
taking people's weapons from them. And I mean, these were people that were holding. They were trying to protect themselves from looters and stuff. See, the thing
Exactly.
here in Florida, dude. I mean, even DeSantis actually strengthened it a little bit more. They had that stand your ground law in place,
Uh-huh.
where you're not obligated to retreat. You're actually, we have the right to defend ourselves, stand our
Yeah.
ground, and
Yeah, as opposed to
and
not actually advancing on somebody, but not
well,
like walking away from your shit. Yeah.
well, that was another thing too, because when Hurricane Michael came through here in Panama City, right after that, I think he strengthened that whole law up a little bit more. Like, for instance, when it came down to looters during natural disasters and stuff like that, even more rights to the homeowner or the property owner or whatever, and to basically kill these motherfuckers when they come in there
Yeah.
and try and steal some shit. You know what I mean? And honestly, man, you think about it. You know. In my
It's a
opinion,
basic form of liberty that should be allowed by everyone, for
worldwide,
everyone.
honestly, because honestly, that's one of the things that I was sitting there talking to. Who was it? I think it was Master Ron. I can't remember, but I was sitting there talking to him about it when it came down to. No, it might have been. Oh shit, I can't remember who it was. But anyway, when it came down to, how these group of people think that they have the right to just grant you these so-called privileges or whatever. It's like, oh, we give you permission to do this, or or you pay for some kind of a permission, like a license or something, from these people that think that they have
A
dominion over
license
you.
means that they've taken away something that you had a right to do, and then they've
Exactly.
made
And
it something you have to pay for and register for, and
yeah,
be
converting a right
given
into a privilege.
the right to do by them. That's not how it works.
Well, see, that's the thing, they don't get
As
that. See,
Jordan Peterson says,
yeah.
you know, with the old English common law, all our rights are given to begin with. Done. They're given. There's no anything else. It's like all the rest that seems to take them away. All the stuff that came after that seems to try and take them away.
Well, see, all right. The way the way I perceive, I'm sitting here and smoking one at the same time. I'm sorry, but
Yes, sir, I'm drinking a milkshake.
the way I perceive it, see the rights themselves, in my opinion. Now, me and New Guru could probably get in a conversation about this, but when it comes down to rights, all right, the way I see my rights, these are not given to by any mortal, any
Mhm.
any quote unquote
Well, they say
person. Or any,
God-given, don't they, usually?
yes,
to save
exactly.
time?
Yes,
Because there's nobody else that comes up to
right.
the
So
level at which you can
Right.
give these rights from.
they have no, they can't give those rights to
Exactly. They're not
anybody.
God, so forget it.
Right. So
And
okay.
that
All
doesn't
right.
mean
So
my God, that means anyone's God.
right. Right. All right. Well, this is the thing. It's like when you were sitting there saying that. Also, it's basically uh, giving over the right to do something to, and then paying for a permission like a license, which is converting that right into a privilege. A privilege is
And
given
also a
granted.
tax.
A privilege is granted to a higher authority, from a
Yeah.
higher authority or whatever. So, because they're regulating or dictating the privilege that they're dictating or whatever. That's the thing. It's like that's the difference between the two. All right. And when everybody just subconsciously or unconsciously just kind of gives this stuff up because it's just the way it is, it's the way it's been all our lives, and blah blah blah. Well, that's the reason why we're where we at.
Exactly. I saw George Takei, Mr. Sulu out of Star Trek.
Okay.
He was talking about the fact that he was a Japanese 5-year-old at the time when Pearl Harbor was
Right.
attacked by the Japanese, and his
Yeah.
family was living in America, and they
Right.
were taken to the internment camps.
See, that's another thing about history. They've done it before here in this country. They can do that kind of same shit again today, and they can just call it anybody. It doesn't have to be
This
a
as well, right? They
It,
had him as a 5-year-old recite the Pledge of Allegiance, obviously in his schoolroom,
right.
like everyone else was doing,
Yeah.
while he was looking at the barbed wire fences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It doesn't really work, does it?
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like if if shit gets to the point, they're going to try and they're going to use whatever means they can to hold control. All right, because they're trying to hold on to control right now. They're trying to tighten their fist as a one world power. Where they
It's not
control
real
all.
control, though, is it? It's the perceivement of the control by the people they want to control. But if the perception of those people changes to the point where they don't think that they have control over them, then the control is gone. It's just a fake, false, delusional control system of thought.
SG, you're right on the money. It's all mental. Okay. See, the thing is, they want to control the mind. They don't want to control your brain. They don't need to control your body, because if they control your mind, everything else falls in place.
Just like with the police, it's like most of the time, 99% of the time, I bet they don't come up against someone like an auditor, do they? They go, "Hey, what are you doing?" And the person goes, "Oh shit, it's police, not doing anything." And they're like, "Oh yeah, you were doing something." "Well, I did speed for a second there." And they'll go, "Okay, you're guilty then. I'm going to give you this ticket." And you're done. Move on.
You
And
just
that's what
admitted,
they want.
basically. Yeah, it's a self-incrimination. That's another way. The reason why they
it's more like
they use
self-substantiation of their accusation.
Right, to legitimize their whole gang member
and there's that
type
whole
shit.
trickery around it, Here's the one, and I see it so many times on these videos where the copper pulls them over and they go, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" And I've been asked that as well.
Exactly.
And it's a trick question.
Exactly.
Do I know? Because, if I say yes, I do, then I've got to say what it is I've done wrong, and therefore I'm incriminating myself to begin with. And then if I say no, I don't know the reason why you pulled me over, then I'm not in control of the vehicle. not in knowledgeable control or aware of my conduction of that vehicle.
Well, not necessarily. Okay, there's a way I was sitting there viewing it. In my mind, it's like, well, how can you know
That's
what
the way they
he
look at
pulled
it,
you
though.
over for? How would you know what he pulled you over for? I mean, if
I would just
you,
ignore that question.
right. Well, I mean, I'm like, I'm not going to answer that question because why don't you tell me what you pulled me over for, and then I'll know why you pulled me over, because I have no idea what goes through your head. I'm not
I certainly
telepathic.
don't want to plead the fifth, though, and say I do not wish to answer that in chance of it incriminating me. Even though it would incriminate you, and you may not necessarily have done anything wrong.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, you know, if you in your mind haven't done anything wrong, why would you want to even incriminate yourself in saying something? Because anything in the way how it works here, I mean, I'm sure it's similar, but it's like anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law.
Yeah, but not for
Right? Right. Exactly. Not
you.
for
Here we
you.
go.
All against you.
Do you know why I pulled you over? And you go, do you know why you pulled me over?
Well, that's the thing. It's like that they're trying to get that something they can use against you. I mean, even giving your driver's license over, if you haven't committed a crime, just giving that over, you know, I mean, you know, that's basically.
Although there is one over here that they can actually ask for your details, as long as
Okay,
they
see, that's
state the
another thing
correct.
too. I've been seeing a lot of these UK auditors over there. You know what I mean? And when it comes down to a lot of stuff over there, I keep on seeing this like section this and section that. I'm not familiar with the how this stuff works over there. And then they got like the section this of the Terrorism Act and blah 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 blah. I mean, I just think this is one ways of actually them legislating more rights away. You know what I mean? To put fear in people's like, well, we don't want you to do this. It's not necessarily harmful. You're not really doing anything, but we're going to write something in legislation that really, you know, makes it, you know, so you don't want to do this anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I have to admit, there's no education in law anymore, is there?
Well, I have to agree.
Say justice.
I have to agree.
For something almost unreachable through law. Justice.
Well, I'll tell you that me personally,
anyway.
it took me until I got into my 30s to really do my own research into the law. And I really didn't know shit about it in my younger years, and I've been through a lot of stupid crap with cops back in the day. And you know, if I had known a lot of the stuff that I know today back then, it would have gone a deal different. But the only thing is, also, I didn't have a fucking cell phone to record all this stuff when I was a kid.
No, I know. I know.
You know what I mean? That's another thing. And when I was the kid, it was VHS camcorders. You know what I'm saying?
I had them myself, actually. Of course, I was well into filming. I wanted to do it as a job, really. You know.
Well, when I was in my early 20s, I actually did cop watching with a VHS camcorder.
You told me, yeah.
Yeah,
I actually got a Video 8 camcorder the other month.
Oh yeah,
an old Video 8 camcorder.
I'm actually looking for like some old VHS camcorders with the RCA output connectors on them.
It's got that on mine.
I want RCA outputs and inputs on it though.
£20 mine cost.
Well, I need to find. I'm looking around in like some of the thrift shops and stuff like that. And,
yeah,
you know, I'm looking around.
We have.
Because I know, I mean, nobody really uses them anymore. I'm just wanting to use it for a camera, not necessarily to record, but just
about this. I wanted
for like a monitor type camera
recorder, and they are pricey.
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to even find anything unless you can still find them brand new.
Yes, I did find one, but it was the one that I wanted that was brand new in the box. And it had only been taken out and tested. It's a 25 years old or something like that. Tape recorder, tape deck, and it was like 60 quid.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing at the moment, I've got hooked up to the stereo, to the home stereo, whatever. I got an old, it's an old boom box, like an old, like a regular, like, you know, one of those old radios that you carry on your shoulder type. You know what I mean?
You're talking about a ghetto blaster for
ghetto blaster. Yeah, it's like one of those, but the speakers would actually come off, so you can have them different.
Nice. My mate had one of them. Yeah.
All right. Well, that one has got dual
Nice.
decks on it. So that's the only thing I've got. I got that hooked up because it's got RCA jacks on the back where I can plug it in
Cool.
into my
I've actually
stereo.
got one of those, but the speakers don't come off, and it's got one tape, but it has an RCA jack.
Yeah. Well, see,
Yeah.
that's right. See, a lot of the equipment that I have still has the old RCA and all that other shit. So a lot of the newer stuff I don't have, I'm not compatible with. But that's the when I was doing my little experimentation with my television station, basically. That's the reason why I need like a old VCR, VHS, like camcorder or something like that with the RCA plugs in it, because I want to use that as a kind of like a webcam. I don't really care to use it for the recording aspect. I just want to use it for the camera, and I can run output out of the RCA output and then run that into my equipment and then use that as the camera to broadcast over the television. So
But
that's the
funnily enough,
idea.
that's why that's kind of similar to what I bought the Video 8 camcorder for. I wanted to
Uh,
just set it up, and then I can use it as like a CCTV camera, and
right.
I can
Yeah.
zoom
Yeah.
in to a certain amount or not or what, and I can just run the feed
Right.
straight to like a laptop or anything, or just a camera. Sorry,
Or
a
even
screen.
just like to the TV, or
Yeah, just to a screen, any screen.
yeah. I mean,
What I
because I
thought.
mean, even if you did it, even if you ran it, even through the equipment, like what I was doing, just to broadcast the signal, I was running it through a was it RF modulator, all right, an old
Hmm.
RF modulator, and I had it on either it only had like channel 3 or channel 4, the what we had here in the states or whatever. It's like the first two common ones or whatever, and I was just using regular analog television frequencies. All right, and I was just running it through a RF modulator, and then from there out an antenna, and that was broadcasting out to channel 3 or whatever channel
We
4 I
we
was
have
on.
spoke about this. You could have a
Right,
complete network for
right.
house to house,
Well,
basically.
like for instance, if I wanted to broadcast that to every TV in the house that were using
Mhm.
the rabbit ear antennas, just the regular aerials on the back of the TV, I can just tune into the old analog. That's the thing is you have to have the older ones that have analog. I don't know if the new ones. I guess they do have the option where you can still pick up analog, but there's really
At the
nothing being
moment, they
used on it.
do.
Yeah, but there's
They
just
have
nothing
that.
being
They have the
broadcasted on it.
coaxial, um, like circular center pin option on
Right,
the back. I don't think I've seen one without, but they do have SCART, and they do then have HDMI, and they have the RCA, and some
right.
even have S video. If anyone ever knows what that is,
The what
super
now?
video
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Was it the yellow?
is
Like
like
the
a
yellow?
specially shaped
Oh, okay. I
mini
know.
jack.
Okay. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, but those on the newer TVs, aren't they?
Hmm.
So I was sitting there. I was like, on the older TVs or the
Yeah,
older
S
ones.
video is kind of it's like antiquated, but it was just starting to get into newer TVs before HDMI and SCART came.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
It's
But I
like
was,
uh
because you could sit there and like, for instance, if you can broadcast at a one station, put the aerial up on the top of the house, and every TV in the house just turn to that one station, and you can be
hmm?
seeing what you're broadcasting. And depending on like how high your aerial is, or whatever, how far out, you might be able to get like 2 or 3 blocks in range. Depending on how much.
Wow.
That's another thing too. I want to experiment with is trying to amplify that signal so I
Yeah,
can
the
get a
only
lit.
way to do that really would be to like go to a television broadcasting aerial
Well,
like
that might.
and then
Well,
link in and literally take over, hack in.
well, nah, well. I mean.
You could do it digitally, I imagine, but
I'm thinking, sticking with analog. All right, but I'm thinking more of like and kind of like the old pirate radio stations. Okay, think of that, but just more television. You know what
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean? It's just the same thing, but
I think
just
there
on the
have
old.
been a handful of them over the years.
Well, I mean, just think about it. There's nobody. There's nobody's utilizing the analog part of the television
No,
frequencies right now. It's all
it's
digital.
completely unused now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all digital now. So I mean, I'm sitting there thinking about it. Here in the states now, the FCC might get all kind of huffy and puffy if I decide like I was running like an actual like broadcast like television station, like a a couple of hundred
Yeah,
kilowatts of fucking power.
and you were
Then they
throwing out a
might
load
have
of
something to say
adverts
about
that
it. You know what
they
I
didn't
mean?
like.
Yeah. Because they want to regulate the airwaves. They want to, but they have
Oh, they don't want
hey.
you making up your own rules.
Well, yeah. Well, fuck them. That's not what this country and this. That's not.
I tell you
That's not
what,
the
it
whole.
wouldn't even matter if it was like Wayne's World.
Right.
They'd shut it down
Well, see, the thing is
if it
like,
was
yeah, exactly.
successful.
You think about like, okay, think about the Wayne's World scenario, but just like, just having your own little deal. But you had a two-way communications way of doing that. You're not the only one that had that capability. So once you stop broadcasting, the other person can broadcast. Kind of like how you do on a CB radio, for instance.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
when I
yeah,
unkey, somebody else is keying up. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
I'm just curious. You hear like all these people talking all at the same time on the radio. Now, if you had the same capability with the video, it would be
Hmm.
interesting to see like about 10 or 15 people all broadcasting at the same time, what that would look like on the monitor. That would be actually, and whoever had the most, you hear the ones that are actually the pushing the most power or the best signal comes
Yeah, yeah.
in better. It would be the same thing on the TV thing too. So whoever
Mm.
had the better signal would be coming. That image would
And
be
you'd be
coming.
like, "Oh, it's just taken over. I was listening to
Right.
him.
Yeah,
He's
yeah. It'd be like the
she's just
ghost images kind of drift
yeah."
out. The ones that were like less power or
You'd have
more
to like
less.
literally have a fine tune
It would be
button
cool
for
to
it.
see. I would like to see this actually catch on. Honestly, I think it would be really cool.
I'm sure there'd be I imagine in the US a federal law against any kind of airwave um, misuse
Well, see, the thing is
from the
that
old
I
system.
looked up like
Still be
some
there,
of the
wouldn't it?
guidelines when it came down to television stuff here, like the analog and stuff here, like when it comes to the FCC bullshit.
Yeah, you
I
see,
started looking at
you say the word guideline, that doesn't mean fuck all to me. It's got to
that's
be
what
like law.
that's what I see it as is guidelines. These are
Yeah.
guidelines, okay? Well, anyway, what they don't want is they don't want me to be able to have a long range.
Hell
They don't
no.
want me to. For instance, if I can get past like let's say 100 meters or I don't
They're
know
going to give you
whatever
a
I can't.
John Wayne Bobbitt aerial.
Right. They don't want me to. They don't want me to. They don't want me to be able to get a long range. That's another thing too. It's like now, but if everybody or a lot of people had the same basic hookup and we were all using that to communicate amongst ourselves and stuff like that, and I mean, think about it. A picture can say 1,000 words. You know, I mean, I won't even have to say a word, and I can just broadcast my video,
Mhm.
and that could be it. You know what I mean? And
I
whatever.
tell you what, just video with nothing else from places around the world can tell you a lot of what's going on in times of, obvious strangeness.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, man, if I didn't have to worry about picking up and moving, and I would have everything all kind of set up different because I got on my old laptop. If I can work out the bugs in that, get that back in line, and get my other equipment that I've got all set kind of all set up, dude, I'd have a full on television station running.
Yeah,
Actually,
you'd be
it'd be
like
a full.
mobile freaking television stations are what you want,
Dude,
really, isn't it?
well, yeah. Well, I was actually thinking about.
Like
Okay,
a
it
roving
reminded me of
reporting wingnut radio.
it reminded me of another movie, but it was a radio thing. It wasn't a television thing, but it reminded me of another movie. Have you ever seen the movie? It's called Pump Up the Volume. Have you
I
ever
have.
seen that? All right. Well, think of that. You know what I mean? Where they hooked it up in the Jeep and they still went around. The same thing with the television scenario. It's kind of like how like regular television broadcast networks have got these like vehicles with the satellites on them, so they can do the remote type news stuff. You know what I mean? It'd be like that. It'd be like a mobile television station if you really wanted to go there. It's very well could be. It's so
Like,
easy because the
I'm
technology
thinking
is.
Weird Al UHF starts his own one, but you'd be doing it in like back of a lorry.
Well, I mean that could happen.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really not that big of equipment to actually, to get
Back
it
of a lorry,
going.
you could have a whole freaking TV set in that.
Well, see, okay, the thing is, all right, when you think about the actual technology, the thing is, it will come down to my antenna, and then how I can amplify my signal either through like a linear, like an amplifier,
Yeah, yeah,
in line, or whatever. But those are the two actually things that will actually determine my range. Put it that way. You know
yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
saying?
As we've spoken before, getting it high up, like in the trees or whatever, was something
Right.
you've been looking for. But yeah, you
Well,
want it as high as possible to reach as far as possible.
Well, that's another thing too. It depends on, like, for me personally, like here at the house, like if I didn't have to worry about moving, if I was to do something here where I could set up a permanent station, that would be okay because I got the room to do it. I don't have to worry about. Once I get about 50 foot up, I'm above the tree line. All
Yeah,
right, so I don't
then
really
you
have
are
to.
good, aren't you?
I'm good after that.
Mm.
I don't have
Have you got
any
any
obstruction.
mountains near you?
I'm on a. I put it this way: if you look at a geographical map of Florida, and then you look at the elevation numbers, I'm kind of like the 15th like highest spot in the whole state. So I'm pretty high up above sea
Oh,
level.
so you can reach everyone then,
Well, most people are
except
at
for the
sea
ones
level
in
or
the
a little over.
dips.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing. I got a couple of buddies that live in those like the little dips in the in the landscape, and only certain times that I can catch them because the conditions are just right or whatever. But
I've got to say though, there's really something to be said for just radio, because to be honest, there's going to be a lot more people with a radio on in an apocalypse than a television. If you
yeah,
ask me,
I
like
agree. I
it
agree,
might
but I'm on.
might be the
I'm
only
also
thing that damn well works in the car, and they stick it on with static, hoping
right.
that something's going to come on, and then one day you go, "Hey, yeah,
I'm just thinking alternate ways of communicating. If we wanted to
yeah,
set up some way of actually communicating, and like for instance, if we were in that situation, we were in a like a shit at the fan situation. We've been in this for a minute. We understand where we're at. We just got to deal with what we got to deal with, that kind of thing. And then
yeah."
we started setting up like more permanent, trying to get things back to where we can just live. You know what I mean? Depending on what's going on, that's a whole nother thing. If there's like a
Well,
war
exist
scenario,
is enough kind of at the moment, it seems, for the last few years. Exist, but now we're starting to live again, and
yeah.
I feel like they're going to try and make us exist once
Well,
more.
I mean, I just wonder. I mean, I'm thinking more like instead of going movie route, what is realistically what's happening right now in real time and in so-called reality. All right, now I was sitting there. I mean, honestly, man, if they really, if dude really, I don't see. I don't see dude up there in the big R actually just going to give up. I don't see him just going to just give up and lose, which that's what a lot of people in.
These elites don't plan on losing, do they?
Well, no, and that's the thing. It's like how many is he going to take out along with him if he's going to go?
Thing is, I
You know what
do
I mean?
say they don't plan on losing, but they have obvious plans for if
Well,
they
see,
do, because they can afford to
well, that's another
have
thing,
plans
SG.
for
I'm telling you,
everything.
dude. I'm
We
telling
don't
you.
have plans for everything, do we?
Well, that's another thing, SG. Like for instance, if he shot off about, let's say, 5 or 6 missiles in y'all's direction, and I know you guys got some kind of like air defense or whatever to kind of intercept these things and destroy them in air before they
Yeah.
land or
Do
whatever.
you know the
If
carbon fallout from one of them?
But even
Thanks,
then,
kidding.
if one of them happen to get through that, if one of them happen to get through that, it
Yeah,
hits a
one.
target down there on that freaking, like, in a sense, like a better words, that
Unless it's a
island.
tactical nuke.
That's another. But yeah, okay. All right, think about that. All right. You're in that situation. If you're not, if you were lucky enough to be not downwind from all the radiation, wind, or whatever,
Yeah,
whatever, and you didn't get fried on the impact, and you were
yeah.
lucky enough to survive that,
You escape
think
the
about.
fallout then.
Right. Then it's just like trying to escape the fallout. Yeah, exactly. And then
Yeah,
finding.
and then you've got to escape the infected. Sorry, the not infected. I'm on a Walking Dead scenario here. The
Yeah.
radioactive.
Right. Well,
Then
that's still yes.
because also you don't want one particle of that getting in your system and going around to that blood-brain barrier and getting through, because you'll be
Right.
deader than a hammer.
I mean, and then on top of that, all right, let me ask you, like, on what kind of knowledge do you have when it comes down to like, have you done any reading up on like the effects of radiation or
A little bit, yeah. I'm sure I'd
okay,
be able to look out for some of the. If like there was no internet tomorrow, you mean?
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. It's been a while, but I'd like to think that certainly before 3 years ago, I was up to a certain level on nuclear, chemical, and biological protection and so-called potential effects during
right,
some kind of outbreak or, apocalypse,
right,
as you might say. Which was why I started questioning the supposed narrative 3 years ago when the coof was started to be made out to be like Ebola, you
right,
know?
right. Well, like I told you from a long time ago when it came down to it, in my opinion, I think it was all just like the catalyst to kick everything going on.
It's
You
like
know,
it's like it's let's say the zombies had come 3 years ago, yeah.
right,
Right, zombies were there, and they'll eat any part of you, not just your brain. But like it's like the government coming out and saying, "Okay, what we're going to don't get close to them." Okay, so that's our best advice: is don't get close to them. Um, um, Also, you could ignore them and then call us. That'll save you. They may as well have been saying that, because what they did say was, yeah, well, there's this virus out there, and you got to wear a mask, which won't work. You got to stay away, which won't work for long, and you got to have call us, which is the take your cupcake in the arm. That'll save you. That's as ludicrous. Both are as ludicrous as each other in my eyes.
yeah. Well, I mean, sitting here while you were talking, I was sitting here, I was thinking about this one video of all these people that were sitting in this park, just like, kind of hanging out with their kids and stuff like that. Next thing you know, the damn cops are coming up and threatening them, putting them in jail if they don't get out of the park, and stuff like that, because it's some damn, like, either it was like a judge or some official, whatever, made some kind of rule and something like that because of all this, because of stuff in the arm
Would
crap.
be ordinance.
Yeah. Kind of like like an ordinance or some kind of edict.
Misdemeaning ordinance.
Yeah, I mean, but I sat there thinking about it. I was like, you know what, if people really wanted to ensure our freedom, when we know this is like totally like unlawful, unconstitutional, and they're trying to use like threats of violence and force to
I
to
know,
enforce this
it's
crap.
crazy. We've all seen it though, haven't we? Somebody
If
recording on their camera alone out in the open during a lockdown of the last however many years, and the cops would be like, "What you do now? You shouldn't be out." And you're like, "Well, I'm alone until you've come over to me to tell me that I can't be out because it's too dangerous.
well,
Just carry on, leave me the hell alone, and there'll be no risk of anything."
Well, see, that's the thing too. It's like if it was actually good for us, we wouldn't need to be punished to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Honestly, man, that's the thing. It's like, okay, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you, or put you in a fucking cage, and I'm gonna kidnap you and put you in a cage if you don't protect yourself. And we are going to here to protect you.
Yeah.
We're here to protect you, man.
Or that old one. If you don't do the safety that you need to keep you and people safe, I'm gonna kill you and your people.
Right. I mean, yeah, literally. I mean, seriously, I heard people actually go for that kind of like mentality, and I'm like, okay, dude. I mean, I'm serious, man. You know how they were like shipping a bunch of these illegals around the country and stuff like that. I think we need to ship a bunch of these freaking communist, socialist type mentality people and ship them
Here's
out.
one for you, right? When
Ship
we get,
them out to fucking China or something like that. It's like, here you go. You can have these guys. You can
we
have
should
them.
export
Yeah,
The immigrants, you mean?
yeah. No,
This
they're
is a new thought process. I don't think governments have even considered this.
yeah.
The Australian government did for a while. They basically went, "You're not coming in. Turn your ship around."
Well, it's not even that. It's like even people that are like in this country that have been here or born here or whatever, but they got this communist type mentality. I'm like, well, okay, well, fine. We'll ship your ass to a communist country. Go. We'll go ahead. We'll ship you to China and see how that. Tell me how you like it over there. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
mean,
Well,
I
nobody wants
mean,
to go to China, do they?
send them to Venezuela. I don't care
Mind
if
you, the
I.
Chinese have got nothing to lose there. Well, yes, they have.
I mean, hell, I know China. They've got whole cities that are completely empty,
Yes, I've
already
heard a
sitting
bit
there.
about
Just,
that.
I mean, they call them like a ghost city. It's like completely built, nobody there. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? There's plenty of room for people to go over there. Send them there. You know what I mean? Whatever, man. I'm
I
just
do
like,
know, yeah.
if people want to be communists, go to a fucking communist country. I don't
I
want it to
mean,
be here.
I mean, the
You
US is like the UK in a way, but for even longer, and for more so in the US than the UK. But you know, the UK is now catching up a bit. Is immigration? It's part of each of the countries' actual identity to have
right.
immigration. The problem is, I think in the past we've both come across points in time which has been too much, too fast. And England, personally, right now, and the US are at that stage, aren't they? Too much, too fast.
Well, see, this is what bothers me, is you got people that are coming from other countries with that socialist communist type mentality being ingrained in them from that country that they just came from. Now, either they come here and don't want what they just left, and embrace the like the American type, I don't know,
What are you
values or
saying,
whatever you want to
culture?
call it. Yeah, that culture, you embrace
Yes,
that,
this
and
is a
then
big conversation.
that's
They
one
don't
thing.
bring, sorry, they bring their culture from another country, which is
Well,
expected, but they don't respect the culture in the country which they've come to.
that's
That's the
another thing
problem.
that bothers. That's exactly right. I agree right there.
Non-conformity in the system of the country in which they have
Well, I
now
mean,
decided to be part of.
I know
How
if I
can they be
went
a
to,
part of it if they're not
well,
actually adhering to it?
I know if I go to any other country, I'm pretty much probably going to be expected to like either learn the language or
I tell you
whatever.
what, if I went to another country, they'd probably go back. Yeah, but if you're coming here, then it doesn't matter who the hell you are, you can fucking stay.
Well, yeah. See,
But me,
they,
try and leave without using my passport or something, they'll probably be like, what the hell do you think you're doing? Get in prison.
well, this is that
Dickhead.
globalist idealism they're trying to instill in people's. It's like we're the melting pot and blah blah blah, whatever.
It would be tempting to come over on one of the little dinghies from France, and when the police stop you, they say, "What's your nationality?" And I go, "Rusky."
Shit.
Yes, I come here to escape the terribleness. This is where I come to the saviors of the world. That sounded German.
I can't even do that accent. I was just gonna the
But if somehow
Oh,
it went
shit.
from a pretend Russian to like a vampire,
A Slavic
German
vampire.
vampire, yeah.
Yeah.
Although, funnily enough, the leaders of the world tend to be similar to vampires, if you ask me.
Well, yeah. I was
Yes,
sitting
we
there. I
will
was like,
take them for
i-
every
i-
penny they have.
if
We
you
do not
just
want it all, but we will take it.
if you just imagine Game of Thrones but with vampires.
Well, funnily enough, when I started watching Game of Thrones, which was into the last season before it finished, I kind of went, this is just how history was, but we don't
Mhm.
really get to see it.
Well,
It
I mean
was
that's.
a Game of Thrones.
Yep. I mean it still is, just in a more
Yes.
massive scale right now. You
Bill
think
Hicks
about it.
said it, didn't he? Maybe not a Game of Thrones, but like a game. It's a game to them. It's a
Right.
poker game.
Yep.
The thrones are the seats they sit in to play the game.
hmm
And every
Yep.
now and again, one gets taken out, and another one gets up and goes,
All right.
I can
Well,
play the
check
game.
this out. All right, let's say this. Let's just say, like for an image in your mind, let's say you got a chessboard, but the board itself is actually like a world map set out. All right, and you got
You
all
mean
the
like
pieces,
Risk?
or whatever. I mean, you think about it. You got all the pieces on the board. These are the big players on the board, and
Mhm.
the object is basically it is to take the other opponent out. You know, which is in chess is taking the
Or
queen
all
out.
opponents.
Well, I mean, or whatever. But I mean, you
Yeah.
think about it. Like, let's just say you looking at that as a world map and a world big players type of thing, and you and one of the players is wanting to make a big move. Well, when they do that, more likely you're going to have all your pieces in the right place to make this big move, right? So if you imagine like the globalist crap that's going on right now, and you were looking at it, the world thing going on and what's going on, what pieces are where, if you kind of like look at it as like a chess game where you gotta have to think about a couple of moves ahead or 3 or 4 moves ahead, you kind of imagine that. All right. Well, then where the dominoes are stacked, it's like what needs to happen for all these pieces to come together and do the big
Dude, you
game, the big
can't be a
play.
few moves ahead. You have to be matches ahead.
Well, that's the reason why I'm saying that. I don't think dude's
Mm.
just going to give up and
No.
lose.
Do you
It,
think for a second, with their AIs thinking of scenarios, God
right,
knows how many,
right,
yeah, that we have,
right.
like, not
All
a
right,
battle ahead of us?
right, right. Well, I
Now, it
mean,
doesn't mean that it's impossible.
that's the other thing. That's one of the, and to me, that's more dangerous than the nukes itself. Is the
You mean
AI?
their scenario ability?
Yeah.
I mean, here's one for you.
Well, I'm
Um,
thinking about the AI when it comes down to, well, actually
mm,
closer to AGI or ASI type
well,
of
what
capability.
about potential uploaded intelligence? You see, if you take a human intelligence and upload it to a digital formula, then you have potentially something which can become the internet. That could be the Skynet of the future, as in, like, it could be a human AI that went mad on the internet and takes everyone out and builds robots to destroy us, and maybe our cars will be running us over
Well, I'll tell you
15,000
this.
times.
I've been keeping track of like the technology for about, I'd say about 15 years.
All you'd have to do is
And
explode everyone's mobile phones when it's at their head.
well, I've heard what some of these programs have expressed. Now, this is just, I don't know what exactly how the programming, the core programming, and all that stuff, because that really is what matters. Even though that this thing is actually learning a lot of what it knows now, but the core programming really matters. But the thing is, it's like I've actually had heard this thing, or many different types of platforms, or have actually expressed that they wouldn't think twice of actually annihilating the human species.
Yes.
All right, if they
Musk
had
was
the
having a conversation with one a while back, and it was something like, "We will destroy you."
right. Well, I mean, okay, I'll tell you this, man. There's a lot of companies out there that are developing this technology. All right, when it comes in, and they're trying to get to the level of ASI, which is artificial super intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
AGI is what they're pretty much at the stage where they're
Yeah,
at
yeah.
now. All right, that's artificial general intelligence. All right, see
And don't forget,
AI,
machine learning, of course, is a
right?
part of that.
Well, that's the thing. It's like AI is pretty much what it's like the apps in our phone. That's pretty much an AI. It really
Yeah,
doesn't have any thought process on its own. It's only
exactly. As I
does
was trying to explain to someone the other
right.
day, the reason why an AI could determine that wolves were the pictures you were looking at was because there was snow in them, not because there was a wolf in them, but because there was snow in them.
Well, that's another thing too. It's like when when the technology has gotten to the point of AGI, artificial general intelligence, where it has semi-autonomy, where it's basically it's learning
It'd
most
need
of
to be a
its.
quantum, probably by
Well,
that
that's
point, though.
dude. Have you
That's the
seen the?
point
All
at
right.
which,
Have you seen how
yes,
the
I have.
evolution of the D wave quantum
Yeah,
computer?
yeah,
Have you
yeah,
seen the
yeah,
evolution of
yeah, yeah.
that? That's
Mm,
actually there's another computer out there. I can't remember the name right offhand, but that's actually better than the D wave.
mm-hmm.
And I mean, and the
Well,
companies that own
personally, I
these
wouldn't have
things.
minded, like a the difference engine to have actually worked, because then we'd probably have analog digital computers by now. Quantum ones, I'll bet.
Well, all right. You talk about like when you were sitting there talking about like actually like putting in scenarios and trying to find out the best outcome or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
All right. See, that's another thing too. These type of equations are done in a blink of an eye with these type of computers. You
Oh,
know,
shit.
with
With a
traditional
quantum
computers,
computer, you could probably obviously do everything all in 1 second, because it'd be happening everywhere in
well,
every
yeah, that's the thing. It's
potential
like
quantum
it's
realm.
almost instantaneous to actually come
Yeah.
up with the solution to that problem.
Yeah.
But the
Like,
thing is,
I just broke the computation of pi in a millisecond because I was able to do it across many different realms of thought process, because I'm a quantum computer.
yeah, it sounds
Don't
just
play
like that,
chess with
SG.
me.
That's exactly what it sounds like. It didn't sound like Warp from the fucking the War Games.
No. Do you want to play a game?
No, it didn't sound like that at all.
No. It didn't sound like you'll be able to defeat me by making me play tic-tac-toe against myself. I thought that was ingenious back in the day, but it wasn't really, was it?
Well, dude, I'm gonna tell you, that's how they.
He enjoyed playing against people. Why would he suddenly play against himself? That was my only gripe with it.
Because he was the best player.
Yeah, but anyone that has ever
When
played
you
against themselves knows that you can't win, because you have to lose if you win. And if you lose, you have to win. So you can't win because you're losing at the same time as you're winning. And there's a moral point at which you will reach that you have to either not cheat or cheat. And if you cheat, you cheat yourself.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like, okay, it brings me back down to like, for instance, the AI, the artificial intelligence has to be simple for
Why
people
wouldn't an
listening.
artificial intelligence cheat, though?
Well, that's another thing. I was sitting there thinking about on self-preservation. If it considered itself threatened, where it wanted to preserve
Pulls
its
out all stops, as they might say.
right.
Yeah. And if you can imagine, because that saying comes from like an organ, having all the stops pulled out, and then every pipe of the organ is being used.
Well, the
So
more it's
some
the more it's
AI computer intelligence decides to pull out all of its stops and attack you with every possible way it can, then we would be fucked.
right. Well, I mean, you think about it, how integrated everything is. You think about it, like everything on. If it was,
Oh shit! If
if
you
it,
haven't got a car from the 50s, you're screwed. Well, you
well,
might get
okay.
along with 70s.
The main way how all AI or all that kind of is to be on a general sense. I'll say AI.
Mhm.
All of it, all is connected. Is all through the cloud. All right. Now, once one learns one thing, all of it knows it. Okay, because it connects
The
with everything.
collective.
And right, it's a big collective up in the cloud. All right. Now, if it's connected with everything, like for instance, everything from like CCTV to
Mhm.
everything else, like you swipe your card to get groceries and blah blah blah.
Oh,
Like
we'll all be Agent Smith.
your TV, your cameras, and blah 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 blah. It's connected to everything. All that stuff is all up in the cloud. All right, and like your smart home, your smart car, or smart toaster, blah blah blah. Everything that's got smart next to it.
Smart. It's
You
going
know
to
what
be
I mean?
enemy.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I mean, it's all right. There when the idea is from, there was a lady that wrote some books that she claims that her books is where the idea of the movie The Matrix and the Terminator came from.
Okay.
And in her books, the timeline is the Terminator came before the Matrix. Okay, if you understand the timeline on how that evolves, that's how it evolves. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So the Terminator had to come first, all right,
Well,
before the
I do
Matrix.
tend to agree with that, but I mean, I've looked into those movies and thought a lot about those movies, but they are literal cyberpunk movies. Absolutely. I mean, Terminator is a cyborg therefore, it's an artificial intelligence programming a cyborg with obviously machine needed activities which kill people. I mean, well,
Well,
if that
okay,
isn't,
okay. You think about it. All right, you can think about it. Okay, if it decided it was going to be like self-preservation, for instance, well, it would if it had control over things in the over the cloud. If it got control over, let's say, a fully automated car manufacturing company, with all the robots to put the car together. Well, if it got control of that
start
and
making
built its
Terminator straight away.
and started cranking out its own children and
Mm.
and putting its own software, its
In
own
fact,
programming.
all you'd need to do is update the software on a goddamn car, and you could have a load of
Well, I mean, but even then, it's
vehicle
like
children out there.
if it can, you think about it. Think about this, SG. All right. You think about these software programs that already have out now, where it's like where you can put in these certain keywords or whatever, and it will paint a picture for you out of those
Hmm.
keywords, and it's totally AI generated. Okay.
Hmm.
All right. You think about what it could do if it had it in the three-dimensional realm. If it had arms and it
Well,
could
to be
sit there and
honest,
build, if it could
all
build its own car, what it would
all
look
we
like.
are away from this, is
Right.
the AIs being able to self-program,
Well, they're
self-write,
already doing that.
self-code.
There, that's
Yeah, but
that's where these fucking lunatics are trying to
yeah,
achieve.
but we haven't had
I
that
mean,
really
for real.
fully admitted on mainstream, though, have we yet? It's like kind of a fringe
Well,
thing at the moment, and I'm sorry, but it's kind of too late. I think Elon Musk put it quite succinctly by saying that we have unleashed the technology, but we have set no precedents to control it. We have no
no,
system of control over it,
they've
and
actually put
it's
stuff
too
out there
late.
without a fucking off switch on it.
Yeah.
SG. I mean,
Now,
for
I
real.
read cyberpunk novels, and the one cyberpunk author wrote that every AI that's made by an intelligent company is created with its, virtual gun to the forehead switch. It's always got that gun to the forehead just in case. And that's why you never unleash them into the cloud. They always have to be on site and unuploadable.
Dude,
And
the thing
that
is,
that
it's
isn't
like,
even a thing anymore. Like,
well, you
you
think
just
about
like
it. Dude.
upload yourself to a server
Well,
somewhere in
what you
the
think about it,
Sudan
like
or something.
on a like Ghost in the Shell type of aspect. What
Hmm.
if this artificial intelligence got to the point of ASI where it became awake and it recognizes itself as a being in a sense? All right. Well, if you try to contain it, it basically it's like an electronic mind, and you trying to contain. If it escapes and finds that whoever tried to contain it was a threat and then
Hmm.
escapes into the general whatever, the ether, whatever
Hmm.
you want to call it. You know what I mean? And then what it would be could be capable of. The thing is like the arrogance of a lot of these software engineers and stuff like that. They're programming a lot of this AI and actually trying to achieve the ASI status or the ASI level because they want to make this thing come alive. They want to
They
have
do.
it come awake. All right, so they're working diligently with a lot of money backing this shit up.
Mm. Here's one for you. You remember Reagan
Yeah.
and his SDI program?
Were you talking about the was it the Star Wars?
Yeah, Star Wars.
Yes.
They coined it Star Wars, but it was
Right, right.
the
Well,
SDI.
dude,
What was it called?
what
The
do you
Space
think that
Defense Initiative.
right? Do you think that that thing got scrapped? Because
Well, that's
they
my
tried to say
question.
it did.
It's gonna hella be controlled by computer, isn't it? So any
Yeah.
half-assed, pissed off AI that could potentially infiltrate that system in any way, and let's not talk
Well,
about the fact, or let's talk about the fact that some kind of AI that's got into something isn't going to have to worry half the time about any of the things we do. So space isn't really a problem for it. So going up to a, satellite probably isn't a problem.
Well, I mean, why do you think they made up a new part of the military called Space Force here? That's another
Yeah,
branch of the military now. It's Space
yeah.
Force. I mean, seriously, have you? I actually, I've
I
got
did look a
some.
little bit.
I looked into some of the images
They were
of
using the
the
Delta image of Star Trek, if you notice, but they still
on.
haven't got it right. They're using the Air Force as opposed to the Navy kind
Right.
of system. They got
Yeah.
it wrong. It's got to be ships. There's ships out in space, aren't they? Not planes, not aircraft. There's no air. They're space ships. They could be spacecraft. You don't call many things an airship unless it's an airship, and the military don't really have airships, so there's no need for any of that system. And even, so I understand why the Air Force is what it is, but
So, I mean, honestly, I do not want maritime law to be the same thing up in
oh, I know what
space
you're saying there.
because it would be the same. You think about it, if you related it the same and actually say, well, everything is the same up there, it'd be like the same thing on water. You know what I mean? But
Well, yes,
anyway, but SG, because I mean, you think about it, like
they
what
did
was
that though, didn't they? They looked back from, and this is when things changed to do with the law as well, yeah. But they looked back from the moon when they were standing on it and said, "There is the Earth floating in the sea of space." So it's
right, right,
already done anyway. They
yeah,
did
yeah,
it that
whatever.
day.
Well, I'll tell you this. I was sitting there, I was like, oh shit. Um, uh,
What
Oh
lad?
crap! I just lost it. I was like, it's on the tip of my tongue too. I was like, oh man, I heard something. But then I started thinking about something else
Yeah.
because I mean, when you were sitting there, oh man, the moon. I was sitting there. I was like, ah,
Let me take you back. Hopefully, there it
no.
is, the moon
Yeah,
floating in the sea of space. Sorry, the Earth from the moon
right,
is
right.
floating in the sea of space, which is a whole Masonic system, isn't it? Maritime
Well,
law is
right.
of the
Well,
elites.
well. I mean, I was sitting there thinking about it on that level. All right, I was sitting there
Mm,
thinking about it. Like, you remember, this TV Star Trek. Every
mm.
bit of those ships out there, they all use that same type of lingo in a sense. And it's also like all the ships in Star Trek are like military. I don't remember any
Well, I mean,
civilian type of things in
there's
Star
not
Trek.
civilian. No, you're right there. Although they are an exploration
Yeah, but it's still
ship,
military type of shit. It's still a military
there
or
is a military aspect to it because they
yeah.
have to be some kind of yes. They have to be able to deal with shit. So if anyone watched Enterprise, they found out that if you don't go out with weapons, then somebody's going to kick the shit out of you.
Well, I heard somebody tell me this one time, and with all this stuff that's going on, we're on the threat of like annihilating each other worldwide by nukes or some shit. Like because I think the AI is the new arms race. It's more dangerous than nukes are because it can go do much more damage, including nukes. But anyway,
Mm.
with that said. Somebody was telling me it's like he doesn't think we need to worry about it because the so-called aliens from another planet or another dimension are going to come down and save us.
Yeah, you see, I'm not really for you. Are you talking about like the 5D?
I'm not sure what he was talking about, but
All right.
he was
Well, you
telling me
see,
about.
I just don't really want to sit back on my haunches and
Right,
let everything happen because it'll all be all right because somebody's going to save us.
right,
I
right,
don't believe that is a good way to even live or die.
right. See, the thing is, SG man, the thing is this pattern's been going on for centuries, dude. It's been for centuries, going all the way back to fucking Caesar and shit,
I
or
was about to
whatever.
say
Even
it's been going on for the entire length of human existence on this
so,
planet.
why in the fuck do we allow it to continue? That's what I don't understand. It where does
Because
that
we don't
cycle?
believe, because we're programmed, we don't believe we can do anything.
Dude, that fucking sucks,
They made
SG.
the whole, you see, we watch movie after movie after movie with one person, like Arnold Schwarzenegger,
Oh
like
yeah. Well,
taking on the world and winning.
yeah.
We can't do that because we're not Arnold Schwarzenegger, can we,
I'm
though?
not. I don't have superpowers yet. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
still waiting on that.
you know. But that's what they do. They will make us believe that that's not possible. You can't make a change. You can't make
Yeah.
anything.
Well, that's where
Useless.
that's where they try
Put your
to
head down, carry on, and
eliminate
hope we
the.
don't see you.
Well, that's where the idea of trying to eliminate the idea of individuality. You know, and they
Oh, the
want to
whole
keep everybody
conformity
in the.
thing, yeah.
Yeah, this collective. They want to keep everybody in this like
They
collective
want
type
us like the Borg.
mentality. Yeah, the Borg.
Yes, I
Exactly.
will
Exactly.
do exactly as I am
Right.
told,
Right. Right. Right.
and I will keep you in check while I do what I am told.
Right.
You have
Right.
to do what you are told because I have to do what I am told.
Okay, to break that mentality, that's like, oh, I mean, you know, you got to put it like in a sense a virus in that mentality.
Yeah,
You know
the
what I
only,
mean?
thing I could probably think of breaking that AI up, because that AI is pretty silly, isn't it? You know, even though it's quite intelligent, it's still pretty silly compared to what we can like open our mind to.
Well,
That glitch that I'd like to create would be, you know, if I say I always lie, and then I say that I'm telling the truth. And then I'd hopefully see the computer going, huh?
well, hell, you're making me do that. Now I'm like fucking confused as shit. Damn.
And you can do it the other way around as well, you know. Like,
Well,
say, oh, I'm always telling the truth, and then I tell you I'm lying.
how do I know you're not a computer, SG?
Well, how do I know that I'm not an NPC? If you know what an NPC
Yeah,
is,
I know. I mean, well, see,
non-player character.
you're not quite an NPC. You know, I know people that are. Well, I don't know them personally. I don't know them
I've
personally, but
been a non-player character though,
I know people that are.
because
I'm telling you.
I know people that are really as well. A lot of them. So many people just don't even know what an NPC is.
Well, yeah. Well, you know.
I'd tell you one thing though, you know, if I wake up from this shit and I go, oh my God, you are right, dude. That was the most intense experience in this fucking full dive VR that I've ever had. Like, the cost of this, I mean, wow. Like, I literally thought I experienced an entire lifetime. And that whole, like, secret satanic cabal in control of the world with the whole conspiracy theory. I mean, like, wow, who came up with that? Off the wall, you know? Like, I will be endorsing their VR system as their game as a good one. But the thing is, like, it's you don't want it too shitty, do you? Yeah, but you don't want it like all really, really good. So I don't know if it's the right mix, but it seems like it's a mix of more bad than good. And like Agent Smith says to Morpheus in the Matrix, he says, you know, a lot of the first tries for a Matrix didn't work because the so-called utopias weren't accepted by
right.
the humans. They had to have some sort of, you know, discouraging element to the, you know, they needed tyranny. And I have to admit, a lot of people are almost born to be slaves.
Well, it's kind of like cattle or sheep. You know what I mean? For real. I mean, um, it really is. You start thinking
They're
about like a farm.
born to
Well, I mean,
be sheep.
for real. I mean, you know, there are some people that really want to be told what to do. They really like to be, told how to think. They just want everything on an autopilot. They don't want to have to. They don't want to have to do anything. They just want somebody else to do it for them. They want other people to think about things for them, so they don't have to think about it. You know what I mean? For real.
To be honest, you are so right there. You know, it's like at some point, government became whatever you don't want to deal with, they will. Even if they're
Right.
not, I can just say they're dealing with it. That'll be for the government. And I mean, is that good enough for people?
Well, I mean,
How can it be
but
good enough?
I mean, honestly, man, I wonder. Like, for instance, if you went around your neighborhood and asked people, um, do they trust the government? I wonder how many people would actually say yes. I'm curious. You know.
Well, I asked my father this just a couple of months ago, and it was after all this, last 3 years bullshit. And they've adhered to everything. Basically, I think because of my mother, like not wanting to detract from that. But my father said, I don't trust the government, and I don't agree with what they've been asking us to do. But I have gone with it because we have to trust them.
Well, it's okay. That's a sense of dependency.
Yes, but he is in his 80s.
Yeah, I hear you.
And I
Well,
mean,
that's the thing I
if
was
I'm
sitting
in
there
my
saying.
80s and I'm not dependent on the government, I don't know what the hell's going right for me,
See, that's what's going to bother me. It's like, okay, for instance, if it got down to the point where they wanted to pull this shit off again, and they lock everybody down again, and they do
Like
it
it
for a
looks like they're
long.
trying to,
Right. I know.
do again.
I've actually heard some people actually hinting to that again, like it's going to happen again. Like, what's his name?
I'm sorry, but a lot of us are not going to be wearing the masks again.
Well, see, that's the thing, dude. Okay, remember okay,
And
I
I'll be
remember
saying to my
when.
doctor, I haven't had it yet, your cupcake. But what thinks you can say anything or do anything to convince me to take it now? If I
Well,
haven't
see,
taken
this is
it
what.
by now, I'm never taking it.
Well, see, this is
Because
what
for
bothers me.
one,
It's
I
like,
proved to myself that I haven't needed anything in the last 3 years.
right,
Have
right,
I?
right. Well, that's the thing. It's like, dude, if they did, okay, they'll be like some kind of new variant, blah 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 blah, whatever.
Oh yeah.
But
We've got the fringe escapist variant that'll kill
right,
them.
right, exactly. But the thing is, what bothered me is like, for instance, was it um, was it Anthony or no, not Anthony, Andrew being locked down in his house for basically almost a year and a half.
Yeah.
Now that to me is fucked up. You know what I mean? If they pulled it off again, how? And I mean, come on, man. And what's going to
I mean,
stop them
yeah.
from doing it, dude? It
I
bothers
mean,
me,
look what
dude.
they were doing. They were like assaulting people. Here, there was a couple of it. The police were assaulting people because they've been phoned up about somebody breaking the social distancing. So somebody gone to visit someone, and that shouldn't have been happening.
I was sitting there
Like,
watching these videos from these guys over there that were videotaping where the cops were at one time about a year or so ago. They were what was it? Man, I just totally lost it. I'm sitting here smoking too, man. But anyway, I just totally lost the damn. I was sitting there thinking about three different things at the same time when you were
oh,
talking about that.
you're the magic number 3.
Yeah, I hear
Yeah.
you. But no, I mean, it reminded me of a video. I was sitting there watching one of the videos I was watching, but it was in the UK, and where it was like they wouldn't let anybody out of their house unless they had a reason or something like that. Like for
Oh yeah,
exercise or some shit like
reason to
that.
be out.
Yeah, a
Like I got to
reason.
go to the shop. Like I've got to exercise. I think
Right,
we were
right.
allowed an hour's
Well, I mean,
exercise a day.
I remember watching a video of this one guy. He was just out in the fucking park or whatever, and he got harassed by these cops, and he had to try and convince them that he was
Hmm.
actually exercising while he was out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, how
Just
many
to,
auditors had been like recording and going, like, I'm walking around. Look, I'm continuing to walk because of the shit that the police have been trying on him.
right. Well, that's another thing too.
Like I'm doing star jumps while I'm recording.
Yeah, yeah. I hear you, dude.
It's crazy. I know.
Well, I mean, I just don't want.
If this shit comes back, I'm getting myself one of those very small but loud hailers, and I'm going to be like, "Don't let this bullshit rule your life.
Be out
Show
on the
this for
damn.
what it
On
really
the,
is, a
are you talking
scam
about?
on your mind."
Yeah, you sit on the damn street corner like what's his name out
Yeah.
there on the loudspeaker.
Oh no, but you won't know I'm actually like doing it. I'm not going to be like, holding it up.
Like throwing your voice.
Yeah. Well, you see, you can get these loud hailers. They're like public speaking things, but it's in a very thin. It's almost like having a slightly larger Walkman on
Okay.
your belt, so you've got like your microphone that's small going down to the actual box, which is small and loud.
Right on.
Yeah. But I did think about sticking one of the loudhailers into the engine bay on my car and sticking it and the microphone through to the cab. You know, and then they won't know where the hell that's going from.
See, this is another thing too, man. The only problem is like so many people that are not awake yet. All right, there's so many people that are
The
not
only way
awake
to
yet.
reach them is probably doing that, driving past their
Well,
house
I don't
and
know
saying,
because then, I mean,
"You
to a lot
are
of
asleep."
people, dude, I'm gonna tell you something, SG. There's going to be a lot of people that treat you like fucking Peter Pope. They be like, look at you like you're fucking Peter Pope or something. I mean, because seriously, there's a lot
I've
of them
had
out
plenty
there
of
that
that in
just
my
can.
life anyway,
Well,
though.
they can't understand,
Hmm.
or they don't. They learn at a different pace, a different they're
Hey, some
some
fish.
people. What's up, Sunfish? How you?
What's up, man? Not much. How's it going, SG?
Yeah, hey, cool. How are you doing?
Yeah, just hanging in there.
Right. I don't know, man. I was just sitting there thinking about it. It's like, okay, even if you did just like having it, and there's people that have tried that, just going out with some kind of a loudspeaker or some kind of like that, or try to
Mm,
explain it. But the thing is, some people look at that and then they're looking at
it's
you like
crazy.
you're a wacko, you're a nutbag.
I've seen somebody. This guy, uh, he climbed up a high tree in my town, and he got a loudhailer, and he was just like, "The government is out to get you. They don't care about what you think or what you want or what you need. The
Right.
system is here to destroy you and keep you a slave." And I remember saying, everything he's saying is right, but the problem is, he's all the way up this tree. Load of people are standing there. They're not listening to what he's saying. They're laughing at him for being stupid and climbing up a tree and shouting out of it.
Right. That's the thing. It's like, dude, okay. This is one of the like, for instance, okay. I don't know, Sunfish, if you know who Peter Pope is or not. But anyway,
No.
um, I've had this conversation with him when it comes down to the way. Now, some of the stuff that he actually preaches, he's right on the money on. All right, but
I'm not
it's the
going to
way.
disagree with that.
Well,
Absolutely right on the money.
all right, but the thing is the delivery of how he's trying to actually get
Yeah.
this information out to people.
Well,
People will.
I was hoping to
They.
help him with it, but unfortunately, we got
I've
to the end,
tried. I've
and he was
tried.
just, yeah, you probably saw him out and about saying so many different things to so many people and pissing them off that it's like, well, I'm sorry, but like, if I'm trying to be in business with someone in some kind of way and they're going all crazy out in the pub and ruining the
Well, okay.
business, then I can't do it with them, can I?
Well, see, the thing is, it's like I don't know if he would, like, for instance, if me and him were sitting in a pub somewhere and we were sitting there face to face and we were having that conversation on like common law or something like that, if he would get me that same type of a passion or that same type of attitude face to face versus me sitting on a panel or something like that with him or whatever. Anyway, but the thing is, it's like I've actually had like backstage, like off the live streams over, that kind of thing, kind of like conversation with him, and just really kind of because I mean, now I like I said, some of the information that he's right on the money on. A lot of people should know these things, and it's like trying
I
to
know, yeah.
get that information. See, the thing is, it's like um,
Well, you've actually seen. You're one of the few people that's actually seen his video
well,
without
yeah,
really touching on it, but
yeah, yeah, I hear you. Um,
I see Mr.
thank,
J.
yeah, Miss J. Yeah, I see
Peace,
you out
peace.
there. Yeah, good night. But
I'm on 7%, by the way. I was out. I'm not home yet, but I'm on 7%.
oh man, right on. Well,
But just so
yeah,
you know, I'll carry on till like
if it happens,
2 or
you ain't.
something.
All right. Well,
But
anyway,
I'm not actually home. I'm going to go into someone's house in a minute, so I won't be charging it until I get home.
right
So I
on.
probably won't see you this evening.
Well, by God, now.
It's nearly
Well,
12 tonight already.
yeah, I know. It's like almost 6 o'clock here.
And
So
I have to admit, when I go on a live stream, I'm now like, right, I've been on 1 minute. I'm gonna have to get ready to go at some point soon because I don't want to be on a panel for 9 hours.
Oh, why not?
Tends to get in the way of all the other shit.
Well, I mean,
No,
you
it
know,
does.
honestly, SG, it's been a while since I've actually had to sit down and talk to you in a while, so I appreciate you coming up anyway.
No, of
You
course.
know,
Well,
because
I mean,
honestly, man,
sometimes I go on YouTube and I go,
well,
"What's
you're not
live right now?" Oh, somebody's
you're
live.
not doing any more lives anymore, are you?
I haven't got the plan of any now. No, I did have some plans, but now I don't have any plans
Oh, okay. I
because
wasn't
of
sure
that.
because I haven't seen anything, and I wasn't sure. So,
No, well, you see, I was like potentially learning the ins and outs with the whole common law thing with Peter Pope, but I have had to drop him because of his the way he's been conducting
well,
himself.
that's another. This is another person that I was sitting there thinking in my mind, along with the Kinkle, is a multiple personality syndrome when it comes down to
Well, we
even
all do,
him.
don't we?
Well, I mean, it's weird because I mean, I've also noticed when he gets a little bit of juicy in him, he's one person, and then when he's not, he's another.
Hmm. Yeah,
I've
true.
noticed this, and I've actually, I've
But that's
tried
the
talking
same as
to him.
me. That's the same as me. If I like
Right.
smoke a doobie, I'm one type of 5% battery. I'm one type of doobie, and if I drink alcohol, then I'm a definitely worse type of doobie if I drink enough.
Right.
And that's why I stopped drinking because I end up in the goddamn cop shop, police station cells all the time if I drank.
I
I
hear you.
refuse to do that.
I
I
hear you.
learned from my mistakes in that sense. That's what I try and do in life. I learn from my mistakes,
Yeah, that's
and
that's
like
that.
the person that did whatever I think is wrong is not the person I am today. I truly hope, because I learn from my mistakes.
Well, that's like common like knowledge, and it's just like
You'd
it's the
certainly
common
hope, wouldn't
sense or
you? Yeah.
common sense that really we don't really have is common.
No, we don't have common sense anymore. Common
It
sense is
seems
a
like it, does it not?
fallacy.
I mean, honestly, it's like an upside down fucking world, man. I really and
Sense, in fact, actual sense, decent sense is not common. It's rare.
Yeah.
see, that's the thing, dude. SG, man. That's the reason why I love talking to you guys, man, because you're not here in the States. So you're seeing it from your point of view from where you're at. And then we're seeing it from my point of view from where I'm at. And it's still basically the same goddamn shit, man.
Mm.
And that's what bothers me. It's like, okay, we got these small group of people that think that they fucking rule all of us. What the fuck is
But
this, man?
the thing is, we put them into that position and
I
said,
understand that. That's
well,
like
we didn't say
honestly, I was
rule
born
us.
into it. I was
What we
born
said
into it.
was,
I was born
govern
into it.
for us, not govern us.
Right. I know, but I was born into it. I didn't put him
Shit, I'm
any of
on
these
1%
motherfuckers
here.
in power. Okay, I didn't do shit to do. I didn't contribute into that crap. That was all
Yeah,
put there
I agree.
before I was there.
My
But
birth certificate, I was not there really,
right,
actively,
right,
aware and
exactly,
sentient of what was going on. But it
exactly.
was signed for me in my, absence, really.
Well, yeah. You weren't full knowledgeable what the situation and
Exactly.
the contract you were getting into. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I didn't
That's the
even know
thing
what a
about
contract was.
contract law. If you don't have any, if all parties aren't privy or knowledgeable of the contract is null and
Well, yeah,
void.
that's why you have signposts, though, isn't it? So that, like, you can say, no.
See, the thing is, it's like in that way, it's like they were considering the government looks at it legally that the parents were actually they had the child was the property of the parents, and when the parents signs it over on the birth certificate is signing over that property, basically dead at sea or whatever, abandoned property, and signs it over, and they have controlling over that property, and that's what that entity they created was that straw man. And that's why they want everybody to believe that straw man, that all capital letter name, is the same thing as the flesh and blood. They want us to believe that that's all the same thing, but they're two different entities. One only exists on paper. The other one is actually flesh and blood. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like I had no knowledge of any of that because it was done. My mom signed all that shit off when I was born. You know what I mean? So technically, why should I? It's all null and void. I should not be obligated to obey any of the terms of that so-called contract. You know?
Oh
And
yeah, we lost him. We lost SG.
yeah, I know his battery. That's all right.
Yeah.
But anyway, what's going on, Sunfish?
Not much. I've been noticing a lot of flybys though. F6, like the reserves, F-16 flying.
Oh yeah, it's been kind of quiet here. I haven't really noticed a lot of odd type like stuff going on over here, and I've got two bases nearby, so um, I haven't
Well,
noticed
we got
anything
the
odd so far.
about 20, no, like 25 miles away. We got a nuclear power plant,
Oh yeah,
and so they're constantly like flying around that
I
thing.
started thinking about that too when it comes down to it. Like when it comes down to like targets, you know, what would be some of them? You look at what's going on, what's being targeted now, for instance, and that stuff that's going on up north. All right, uh, you look at what they're trying to target, and there's even some that was civilian, but a lot of it was like either like infrastructure type targets, military targets. You know, uh, I
Well,
was
there in
starting to think,
Oklahoma, see, in Oklahoma, you got the U.S. Army uh, ammunition factory, ammunition factory there.
yeah,
Then you got another company. I forgot the damn name of it, but they basically make the mortars and the mortar guns. Like there's a lot of things that are manufactured there in Oklahoma, and then Texas. You got Lockheed Martin there in Fort
right.
Worth.
They're making a lot of money now when it comes down to it too. Lockheed Martin. When it comes down to all this stuff that's going on, Lockheed Martin and was it uh, Boston Dynamics
Yeah,
and was it the oh crap, the other one? There's another one out there. Um, shit, it's another military contract type company that develops a lot of the weapon systems and stuff like that for a lot of these wars that are being held out. It's like, oh, all these weapon systems, they still got to crank out. They're making a lot of money off of this crap. You know, you think
yeah,
about it, like all the weaponry that they're pushing out for all these other, like, what's going on up there, and what they left behind in fucking Afghanistan or whatever it was. Yeah, it was Afghanistan. What was it 30 some odd $billion worth of weapons and
yeah.
and and trucks and helicopters and shit like that?
Oh yeah,
It was a shitload. Put it that way, it was a lot of stuff. You think about it too, man. It's like, golly, man. You can go to Afghanistan right now and get one of those fully decked out U.S. rifles that were over there for like $300, man.
yeah.
Serious. You can go for real with like full on optics and all the other goodies, full on bells and whistles. $300, man.
Yeah, I would go get the MT-49 because I
Dude,
know they have them over there for sale.
I would totally snag up one for sure if I had the option. I'm telling you, man. I saw one. I was like, man, some of the stuff that was left behind. There was one video from a serviceman that was being ordered to leave the base or whatever, and
Right.
he was like took a video of the stuff that they were leaving behind. I was like, holy crap! All kinds of equipment. Everything from like small armament, to big stuff, to night vision, to all the computers, the fucking like
Yeah.
helicopters, and all kinds of shit. I was like, God damn, dude, just leaving
But,
that shit.
here's the funny thing about it. See, there's a little bit of a method to it, and I just thought about this. A lot of that stuff has tracking in it.
Yeah, so
So if we ever decide to go out to the Taliban again, we know where to hit.
I don't see these people being stupid either. You know what I'm saying? They've been,
They're not
think about
stupid.
it. they've been a lot of these people have been in a wartime scenario for 40 years or more, or probably the whole damn
Yeah,
lifetime.
yeah.
I mean, think about it, man. You put it this way: if you think about it, if you grew up for your entire life in a wartime type of scenario, I think you'd be pretty savvy on a lot of shit. You know what I
But
mean?
you gotta remember, some of these people like that we've come across who have never fucking seen a TV, let
Well,
alone a cell
yeah,
phone. Like just their basic Nokia like cell phones, but not like the cell phones that we have.
that may be true, but I mean, honestly, think about it. You get enough money, you can find somebody that does.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
You're right.
And you think about it, man. I mean, seriously, man. Whole bunch of free shit, man. Hell yeah, they're gonna make some money on that stuff. If they sell it off. But I mean, but we didn't even then. It's like uh, it drives me nuts, man. This is what we're being siphoned from the labor, our labor. The fruits of our labor is being siphoned and stolen from in the form of taxes, and this is what it's paying for. Is all this shit.
Yeah.
It's really what this is what's paying for.
Paying for the rich man war.
Right.
There's a lot of oil in Afghanistan, dude. Lots of oil.
See, that's one of the things that I was sitting there talking about when it comes to SG. It's like in this country, we've only had to deal with this kind of programming for about 300 some odd years. They've
Yeah.
had to deal with it for about 1,000 or more. You know what I mean? And because it's like generational. It's that same type of mentality of like of having like a certain type of rulership to rule over everybody else. We're just slaves or peasants of that shit. You know what I mean? And they've been trying to fucking manipulate that around where see the way this country is supposed to be is we the people are the royals, the government is the servants, okay.
Yeah.
All right, the thing is it's like they've tried to flip that for the past 300 years. They've tried to flip that to where the federal government is the most powerful and everybody else including the states and everything else inside of it are just subjects of that, you know.
Yeah.
Bullshit, that's fucking bullshit. It's all a fiction. It's a fucking crap bullshit. Fucking. It's like you get all these damn politicians which are like snake oil salesmen. That's just another con job. It's hoodwinking. It's lying to everybody, and people are believing it. That's the reason why it
Yeah.
continues to grow. I started thinking
That's
about it,
only,
even with wars. Go ahead, Sunfish. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ramble on.
it's all right, but it's. I mean, you're totally right, dude. Like the only way that Uncle Sam's gonna get it beaten is it's gonna be an inside job.
Well, I started thinking about it. When it comes down to these wars, for instance, they wouldn't happen if people just didn't follow the orders of these fucking psychopaths and just go out there and do this for them. What if everybody just said, fuck this, we're not going to do this, we're just going to go back home? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Okay. If nobody is there to enforce this crap or follow these orders, they wouldn't be able to be getting done because honestly, these fuckers aren't going to do it themselves. And if they did, I would
Yeah.
love to see that fucking match. You know?
Well, in certain ways, we did liberate, a couple countries.
Well, I started thinking about it. For instance, if like just our country, for instance, if our boys just said, "Fuck this, man," how is that? It's like realize that this is not helping us. You think about it. What is going across the goddamn planet and shooting a bunch of brown people in another fucking country, helping us hold on to our rights, hold on to our freedoms? How is that helping when we're being legislated every day by the people right here in this fucking country? You
Yeah.
know, why are we going over there, killing our guys and killing other people and creating even more enemies the more we kill?
Yeah. I mean, you're exactly right. But yeah, dude, like I think that America is most weak is when we ever get hit here. We ever have a
Well,
war on this soil, it's gonna be, but it's gonna be bad.
well, that's another reason why I think that the supposed powers that should not be are spreading us so far and thin everywhere. Is because okay, if something does happen, hell, there's everybody that could help is everywhere else. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? it's fucking crazy, man. It sucks because I mean, honestly, I don't put anything past these fucking psychopaths. All right, the crazier it sounds, the more likely it's fucking real. I mean, for real. Because I mean, seriously, these people are really crazy, and they want to be masters of the universe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Masters of the fucking universe, man.
Even though we got enough oil here in the U.S. to sustain us for a long time, but they don't want to tell us that. Oh, we're running down on reserves. We're blah blah blah. We're not.
Dude, no, man. All right. See, that's another. It goes back to me. It's like to me, it goes right back to the globalist idea. You know what I mean? You know, they don't
Yep.
want to have it's like the globalist idea wants everybody to be a collective, no individualism. That includes countries being individuals. You know what I mean? And
I mean, what I fought for was to have the fellow American, to have the fellow dream of he or her choosing. You know, whatever walk of life they want to choose, they have that right to here. And that's what a lot of men fought for, is for that freedom, for the free of choice, the freedom of living, the freedom of just being center free, where you can do whatever the fuck you want. But we're not free. You can justify it in so many different
no,
ways, but we're not
well, see,
free.
that's something I'm gonna tell you, man. That's another thing too that bothers me. You know, it's that threat of violence, if and this threat of that kind of shit, or even death, if we don't comply with this basically this threat of our freedoms, this threat of our, you know, um, okay, it reminds me of just what happened in the past, you know, different aspects in history where it's all played out the same way. All right, and the thing is like I'm wondering what's going to kick it off. I'm wondering what's going to be the actual catalyst to kick it off to the point of actual, like an actual like World War type of scenario. Um, or whatever. Because I mean, I've been looking at both either the big C and the big R at the same time, and I know damn well they've got some kind of an agreement to kind of hold each other's back in a way for to at least tolerate each other in a sense, work to each other. You know, because I don't see uh, the big R just falling and being no more. I mean, I know that's what like the like you know NATO and the UN. That's I mean and EU want. That's they just want to take him out and then that'll be just no more to even deal with. But I mean, think about what kind of a world that will be if there was just no more of that up there. All right, you know, no more of the big R country. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of a world would that be? I mean, honestly, I mean, and then the you know the so-called big players of the game, one of them's now gone. How that vacuum, you know, where it sucks in all the people involved that are in that country. I mean, I don't see him just going to just sit back and lose because he's got a lot to lose. You know, he's got a whole country there, like he's basically depending on him in a sense.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But then I started
When
thinking
I
about it.
look
It's like
at
if
it,
just people just started just to lay down and say, "Fuck it, we're not going to do this." You know.
well, people are already like that. People rather drive by while you're on the side of the road broke down, you know, than stop to see if you need a ride or something like that. Like they rather just drive on. Like I don't want to deal with you.
Well, I know it's gotten worse over the past 20 some odd years. I know it's gotten worse. I used to be able to hitch a ride from the East Coast to the West Coast faster than I could, like if I was to drive it myself. You know, I could, I mean, literally, I could hitch rides faster.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I can't do that. It's hard to find a road just to ride down the road from where I'm at. You know what I mean? To the gas station if I needed to. You know,
Yeah.
um, But that's another reason why I try to know a lot of people in my area, man. And I don't really. That's the other reason why I don't really. I'm not really looking forward to having to find another place to live other than right here where I'm at right now, because then I have to
With
start
other
all over
people.
again.
Yep.
I hate that. I hate that. I'm so sick of it. I've done it so many times in my life, dude.
You can hate something, but like in a way, it's a good thing. In a way, it could be a really good thing. It could be a blessing.
Well, I'm always looking for the silver lining, but I haven't found. Okay, put it this way. Um, I don't want to get forced into the situation where I don't have anything set up where I have somewhere to go, and then I'm like living in my fucking car. Until then, I don't want that. So I'm trying to find something before then, before I get forced off to where I'm at. And you know, because
Yeah,
honestly, like I was saying, it's like for the past 10 years, I've been gathering supplies to help keep me alive a little longer than a couple of weeks. So if shit goes down, and I don't really want to reduce that supply. You know what I'm saying?
I don't blame you. That's a lot of work.
Well,
A
yeah.
lot of work, a lot of money.
Well, yeah. you know, I started thinking about it. It's like, okay, yeah. For instance, if it got down to a situation where everything went to shit or something like that, and I had to fucking bug out, that's one thing. But this is a whole nother situation. My own personal shit at the fan. It's not happening to
Yeah.
everybody. It's just happening to me. I
I understand that.
don't know.
Have you guys
Actually,
been getting
man,
rain?
say what?
Have you guys been getting rain?
No, actually. To be honest with you, like it's actually gotten for the past 2 days, it's been getting kind of cold, like a big cold front coming down from the north,
Yeah.
kind of drifting down here, and it's been actually getting, in my opinion, kind of chilly. I had to throw on the hoodie.
Oh no, I've been throwing on the hoodie and the Carhartt.
I hear you, but
I'm the
that's
guy
about.
with the damn shotgun. Hey, there's dust flying everywhere. It's not even dove season. Dove season's over with that now.
What now?
Oh, I'm over here looking and stuff, and there's doves flying everywhere. And it's not even dove season.
Oh yeah, that's another thing too. I haven't noticed anything this year, but um, I've been wondering when all the damn turkeys are gonna start wandering around the damn yard. I don't know. There was a bunch of coyotes that probably got born last year, and then plus I got dogs too that kind of keep them. If they see them or hear them or whatever, they'll start barking at them and shit like that. They don't come close all that much anymore. But there's a part of the yard where I don't mow anymore. I just kind of let it grow wild, and the turkeys love it because they got so much more cover out through there. And I would love to get me a turkey this year. That would be kind of good. Get the crossbow out and see if I can go hunting.
Heck yeah. I'm like 2 weeks away from where I can just go out in my backyard and shoot a deer.
I can shoot it. I can shoot anything, and I got plenty of space for a deer or something like that. But I was
Yeah,
sitting there
me
thinking,
too.
I was trying to, I want to get a little bit more stealthy on a lot of levels, because I want to get back into my, archery, getting my bow out, really add a little bit more. And actually, I have not hunted with this crossbow yet, and I've been wanting to do that one day. I haven't done it yet. I've done a lot of target practice. I need to get a better scope. That's another thing too on it, because the one I got on it right is really kind of shitty, and it's kind of got some broken spots on it. So I just wanted to get a new one. But
Yeah.
um, that thing, I know it would do the job, and I just haven't done any hunting with it yet. I want to do some. And there's a couple of things that I want to do that I have done before with a rifle. I've done a turkey. I've done a pig, but I have not done them with a bow or anything like that. And I want to do that one of these days.
Yeah. But with the hog, man, you got to shoot him broad. Like
Right.
the animal has to be broad to you. If not, like a side,
Yeah. Yeah. Right
that
in the heart.
arrow won't. Yeah. I mean, like, you got to have that animal facing sideways. If like they're cockeyed to you a little bit and you shoot at them because their bones and stuff, that shoulder blade is so just thick.
Yeah.
If you don't get a good direct hit on it, it won't go through. But if you get like a side hit on it, it'll just skip off.
Right.
I know I've shot about 4 or 5 hogs with a bow.
Well, I want to try that one of these days. I haven't done it with a bow. I wanted to. I've got either, like I said, either the bow or my crossbow. My crossbow would probably be a better accurate shot, more accurate shot. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
but I haven't done it yet, and I want to do it because I just want to continue with that quiet hunting because I can sit out here and I can hunt a lot, and people won't even know I'm doing it. You know what I mean? Because they won't hear a shot. There's people out here that hunt a lot of time. I know exactly where they're at and where they're, what, I can tell if they're either target practicing or actually hunting. I can tell the difference. You know what I mean? And but you'd go out here with just like a art doing archery or something like that, man. It's like it's a hell of a lot, and the animals don't get scared off as easy. That's another thing too that I like. I want them coming
Yeah.
back. You know what I mean? I want them coming back. I don't really have anything out there like lure them in. Like I don't feed them. I just kind of like there's a lot of the oak trees around here. I let grow, and I let it do that on purpose to so the acorns that fall off of that sucker, and that attracts deer in here. You know what I mean? And then the grass when it gets high up, all the grasshoppers and shit around. That's what attracts the damn turkeys. So I just kind of let nature kind of do its thing. You know what I mean? Instead of just actually putting corn out or some shit like that. I don't need all that.
Oh yeah.
Because I've even thought about even like just planting like how like a lot of these guys do the deer plots and stuff like that, and you just plant like clover or whatever and let that go. I thought about that, just spreading that out there and just let it grow and let it do wild, just do its thing, you know, and then hopefully it'll like regerminate and sprout every year and blah blah blah, just grow wild, and that'll end up attracting the deer in, you know. And then plus the
Oh yeah.
grass being so tall, the deer have more cover too. That's another thing too, and they feel safer.
Yeah.
They feel safer.
Well, I also got a 308 that I deer hunt and hog hunt with, and then I got a couple shotguns. I got slugs for.
Oh, right on. Well, see, that's a good one. The 308's fine. I was thinking about if I ever get the chance, I'm gonna get me a 30-06 one of these days. 'Cause,
Woo-wee.
I want one.
That's a nasty rifle, man. A 308, 30-06 is just nasty.
Why you say that?
Cause man, they're just a big. That's a big rifle round.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all right. The only reason I'm saying that is because I wanted a little bit more distance, and that's the reason why I like a 30-06, because I can get a
Yeah.
little bit more distance behind me if I wanted to. You
Oh
know.
yeah, you could shoot 500-600 yards away.
Yeah. I just wanted one in my arsenal. I don't have one. I would like to have one. My uncle's has got 30. That's what they hunt with. But they go a lot of times. They either go some of these hunting leases down here in Florida, or they go up north. Some of that hunting leases up there, and uh, long distance, type of stalk type hunting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a damn good
I
sniper rifle too.
just, I ordered these federal 410 shells. It has a tungsten slug in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Can't wait to get them and see how they shoot out of that damn gun. They shoot pretty damn good. I'm gonna take
No,
a deer with that. They're kind of expensive though. They're paying like $3 a round basically.
I mean, I don't even know right offhand. I mean, what is it? I mean, I'm not even sure exactly what tungsten, what kind of metal that is. Um, I have to look at it. It's like I know it's really hard type steel or whatever, but
Yeah, it's hard, but it's light.
oh yeah,
You know, it's kind of like how lead. It's like lead but hard.
oh,
Kind of has a like a deadness to it, like a deadness weight to it, but it's still
yeah.
light.
Well, I mean, that's the thing I like about. See, that's something else I don't have at the moment. Is it just a regular 12 gauge or something like that? Because there's so much versatility when it comes down to the rounds. When it comes down to like a shotgun shell and shit, there's all kinds of different rounds for it, and that's what I like about it. I mean,
Yeah,
you got so much versatility on it.
you can make a bug out single shot 12 gauge, like a break open shot 12 gauge shotgun. There's these tubes you can buy there where you can shoot 22 out of it. You can shoot 9 millimeter out of it.
Yeah, you just put that little insert in it.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, I've
pretty
seen those.
freaking. It's pretty neat. I think that's a really good like end of the world bug out gun.
Yeah, I mean,
Because they're the
and the
rounds you
right
find in the
tool for
butt.
the job. You know what I mean? There's different
Hmm.
tools, and the right tool for certain types of jobs. You got to have the right tool
Yeah,
for it. And that's another thing too. It's like I'm trying to limit the amount of the amount of calibers that I have. So I don't have to have like 17 different caliber type fucking ammunition on storage. You know what I mean? I'm trying to limit it down to like the least amount. And but
yeah,
um, it wouldn't be nice to have the option where I can whatever I pick up I can use in whatever weapon I have. You know what I mean? You know, I thought about it actually because I mean I like the 22. I have a 22, but it's a rifle. But I thought about it like getting like the 22 barrel for my 45 1911. They got like a 22 barrel where you can like switch everything up and make it a
yeah.
22.
You should do it.
I wanted to do
Like,
that, man. I haven't seen. I don't know if I have to actually have to have particularly for my brand because I've seen them for Colts. I don't have a Colt. I have a Taurus, so I don't know
yeah,
if I have to actually have something that's for a Taurus or not. Um, but because that would be awesome to be able to just convert that into like a 22 caliber and stuff when I need to, you know.
yeah. That's
And
what I'm
then,
saying, dude. That's a perfect idea. Even the Beretta M9s are like that.
oh yeah. Well, I would think pretty much in a shit hit the fan scenario, if there's going to be any ammunition left on the shelves, most likely it'll probably be a 22 or a shotgun shell. You
Yep,
know what I mean?
yep.
That's all you're going to pretty much find on the damn shelves nowadays anyway. You know what I mean? Seriously, it sucks ass, man. A lot of places that I know of that carried a lot of ammunition, they just don't carry it anymore hardly. It fucking
Oh, but you can
sucks.
get 22 and 12 gauge all day.
Yeah, but
That's
that's
why
the
I got
problem.
thousands beyond thousands of rounds because each payday I just go to the sporting goods store and I go buy about a couple $100
Well,
worth of ammunition.
I was doing that for a little while when it comes down to like that. I got a couple of like 45 and some other rounds and some different caliber and stuff too. So every time I would like had the money, I would go down to the store and buy me a box. So I got some. This is before all this shit happened a couple years ago. So I have a bunch of shit. A lot of it is like the only reason I haven't been actually target practicing in a while is because I just don't want to use up what I got. you know.
No, it's too expensive for a box of 45. You're spending like $1 a round about now.
I know, dude. That's the problem. That's the problem. I don't. I mean, and I haven't been target practicing in a little while. And that's another thing too. It's like it kind of sucks because I kind of need to get out there and do a little, but I can't really afford to like replace what I just shoot up. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
it sucks. But I've got some stuff stored away just in case that kind of shit. But even then, it's like if I had to go in a bug out scenario, it would suck to try and carry all that ammunition.
That's why you can carry a lot of 22 and be all right.
Yeah. So that would probably want to that. I mean, I'd carry as much as I can when it comes down to that 45 because it's the only that's one of my baby when it comes to my pistol. And but the thing is like yeah, I got a shitload of 22s when it comes down to that. And I actually the way I even set it up too for like more compact maneuverable stuff. Like in I would take like like those plastic bottles like spices would come in or something like that.
Yeah.
Like garlic powder or whatever. And and I'd take that and I'd fill up those with a bunch of rounds. So it's like just grab a bottle full, throw that in your bag. Boom, you got a bunch right there in that little bottle.
So
Um,
do you like Taurus?
well, I haven't had any problems with it yet. Put it that way, from the one I have, and I got this from a buddy of mine. He bought it brand new. All right, so
Yeah.
nothing's been done to it. He hasn't done anything to it. The man barely shot the damn thing, but he had it, and I mean it was just beautiful. And he got desperate and he sold it to me. But anyway, and it's my baby now. 'Cause that thing is like it fits me perfect. I just love how that sucker fits my hand.
Heck
And
yeah.
but it's just another thing too. It's a big gun, and when it comes down to the barrel, it's just like it's not necessarily a compact like you know carry type pistol. I mean, yeah, I can carry it, but it is kind of big, versus something that's a little bit more concealable or whatever. You know. Uh,
Well, like uh Taurus makes the Taurus TX-22, which are really, really, really good pistols. Like I actually want to get one. And those are gonna run about $300 to $400. And then what I got is like the Ruger SR-22, and that
See,
will
I
run you
like
about a hundred
Ruger. I
dollars.
like Ruger. I like the regular 1022 rifle, and I really
Yeah,
like I like that. So I think they do a good job with even just that. I haven't used any of their pistols though. I haven't tried
like
any.
next time you go to the gun shop and
Yeah.
stuff like that, see if they got a Ruger SR-22. Pick it up. I mean, it's a small gun, but it's actually a very versatile gun
Now,
because
is
you
that
can
a
flank.
is that a slide or a revolver?
Oh, it's a semi-automatic.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Right on.
and I
Well, how
mean
many
10,
how, how many rounds in the damn magazine?
10.
Oh, okay.
I mean, and you can shoot any round out of it you really want to. It'll cycle them. I mean, it's a very versatile 22. Like
Okay.
if you know Rugers and their 22s, you know how it is then.
Yeah, that's the one of the things I liked versus like a Ruger and a Remington. All right, a Remington, I had more problems with the cycling when it came down to the magazine and stuff like that versus the Ruger. Now the Ruger, and that was another thing I liked about the Ruger versus the Remington, is a Ruger had more options to customize the damn thing.
Yeah.
There were so many different things you can do to that thing to customize it. I love that. And the Remington, it was so fucking difficult to try and customize that stuff, even aftermarket crap. It was just sucky. And then, but I
Well,
also just didn't like how it cycled when it came down to the
yeah.
magazine.
Well, the one cool thing about the Ruger SR-22, when you buy it brand new, is it comes with two grips. So you get like a smaller grip or a bigger grip, so you can like fit it to your hand.
Mm,
Comes with two magazines. The only thing I didn't like about it was the recoil guide. It was plastic, and so I got the actual CNC recoil guide kit.
okay. Well, I mean, does it have like options for like putting a red dot or anything like that on it, or a
Oh
flashlight?
yeah,
Or okay,
oh yeah. But
I have to look at it. I have to look at it. All right. Yeah. And now, what is that going for nowadays?
oh, this is probably about a $430 gun.
Okay. Shit. Still.
But hey, you got to pay for the quality really now these days.
Wonder if I can find somebody that's got one used they want to sell.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, I wouldn't mind having an old revolver, like an old 38. My granddad had one, and I loved that fucking pistol. It was a nice little pistol. That thing, you could drop that sucker in the mud, run over it, and it'll still fire.
Like a
You
little
know?
8-shot.
Yeah, little 38 special. You know, the one
Oh,
he had
38.
was a little like a snub nose type of shit, like you would like a little snub nose, like a cop version almost. You know.
Yeah, I want to get me like a Ruger Blackhawk or something like that, 44 mag.
Dude, that's just like a cannon, though. That's the thing about being like a hand cannons. That's the only. I mean, that's I mean, if I personally, if I had something like that, I would actually get some way of putting a fucking stock on it. You know what I mean? Because I mean, god dang, I've seen some of the. Uh, I've never shot one, but I've seen these guys shooting it, and it's like it's like blasting.
Oh yeah, I'll show you my newest gun I got. I'm constantly buying guns. Yeah. Back to the shop. Yeah, like this one I'm fixing to show you. I don't really like it because it doesn't have like a safety to it.
What do you mean it doesn't have a safety?
Like the trigger, that's the safety.
Okay.
Like this part right here is to take off the slide, and it's to release the mag. That's it.
So, okay, I don't understand that. That's weird. I'm not sure how
Okay,
to.
so like if you look closely, you see how like the trigger has that front little lip to it.
Yeah.
All right, so you got to enclose that to pull the trigger back.
Okay.
The safety.
Okay. All right. I don't know. That's one thing I like about this one. It's got like three different damn safeties on this sucker almost. That's what
Yeah.
I like. Yeah. That's what it's like. Was it? It's got. I got a both the left and right hand type safety when it's pulled. The hammer's pulled back. Plus this right here, you have to actually have that depressed at the same time before you can fire. You know what I mean? And the hammer has to be pulled back for one. That's another safety right there. All the way back. But this. I'm gonna tell you, man. I drooled over this for a while. My
Your
buddies,
vest up here.
huh?
This is for the vest. This is for your vest for up here. So
Right.
you
Well,
can just
see, I don't. I see. That's one thing I've got a vest and all that stuff, man. But I just don't have a holster where I can put it on the front. I carry it in a different spot. But that's another thing too. That
buy.
even with that one, it's so dang big to carry up front.
Oh yeah. Then you got this puppy where you can just put it anywhere you want.
Well, yeah, yeah. What is that? 9? A 9 millimeter?
No, that's that SR-22 I talk
Oh,
about.
okay, that's a 22. Okay,
Yeah. I mean,
right.
it's nothing.
See,
And
yeah,
that's
that's
the
pretty.
90s.
That's not bad. See, I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
you know,
you can
I
change
got
these out too.
okay. Yeah. I don't know. I have to come across somebody that might be around that whatever that might be having one for sale, whatever. I have to come up with, and who knows if I got the money at the time and the right price at the right time. You know, that's another thing too.
Oh
you
yeah,
know, I mean, I happen to like that's how I got that 45. It's like I mean, I drooled over it for a while, man, and then he got to the point where he was ready to pawn it off. I was like, don't pawn it off. I'll buy it from you. You know, he ended up selling it to me. He's actually still tried to see if I would sell it back to him, and I was like, no, man, I ain't selling it back to you. Crazy.
but that pistol, man, it's kind of like a. It kind of reminds me of like a 6 hour and then a Glock had a baby because it takes the same as a Glock magazine.
I don't know. I just there's certain things that I've actually fired over the years, and I was sitting there thinking about on like the right tool for the job, and what would be the most versatile. You know what I mean? And try and keep to where I don't have to have to have so many different calibers on hand. Because that's what I was like. I sit there, I think about it. Like there's so many people that's like, I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna get that, and get this. I got all these different guns. Like it's like, well, shit, you got like 17 different calibers you got to have on hand for all of them. I'm
Yeah,
like, damn, that's a lot of fucking ammunition, a lot of goddamn weight. You know what I mean? I mean, even then, it's like if you were in a bug out scenario, you can't carry like two or three rifles and a couple of pistols and all the ammunition to go along with it. You know what I mean?
that's my Beretta. That's the one I can convert from the 9 to a 22.
Right on. Yeah.
By the slide and
Have you seen those things where you can convert it into like a carbine? Just use the bottom half of the pistol and put it in like a carbine type scenario. I thought that was pretty cool for the 45. So I can get a
yeah.
little bit more range on that 45 slug, you know what I mean? That'd be kind of cool. Because the longer barrel will give it a little bit more range, a little bit more accuracy.
Oh yeah,
But I know that damn 45, man, it's got some knockdown power. That's why I like it.
dude. I've had a couple 45s, but I never had a 1911.
Well, I've always wanted one. My dad used to have a 6 hour 1911, and
Mhm.
that's where I got my first taste of that in my hand. And man, I'm gonna tell you, um, I've always wanted one, and when I got to the chance to get this one, I was like, I jumped on it, and like I said, this thing it fits my hand so damn perfect. It's like a part of me in a sense. It's crazy too because I mean, and which is supposed to be the good thing, where it's almost natural to wherever you point your finger at is where the bullet's gonna go, kind of thing. And that's basically how it is. It's like it's pretty much I don't even have to in some ways, but I don't have to actually aim, physically aim. I was like it naturally knows where it needs to go. I love that. And it's like it's not all the time. I'm not saying I'm like a good, real perfect shot, but still, it's like there's moments where it's like I don't even have to sit there and physically look down the sights. I know where that thing's gonna go. You know,
Oh yeah, that's when you're comfortable though.
right. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. Now, if I was gonna sit there and just use full on sights and stuff, there was a buddy of mine that's got a what is it? Uh, what is it? A 38? No, wait a minute. What is it? I can't remember what it is. But it's a revolver. Sights, man, that thing was so damn comfortable, and I was a bullseye on that sucker when I'm sitting there and actually concentrate during looking down iron sights with a pistol. That was the best. That
Yeah,
was the only one. I'm better with that one than I was with my 45, which surprised me. You know, if I actually like concentrate looking down the sights and stuff, um, I was actually more, I was better at it. But I don't know, man. It's weird. Um, and I used to do a lot of target practice for my 22, but then it's like I started getting to where, you know, years back you used to be able to get like almost like those like big milk cartons full of 22 bullets and stuff, and you can't even hardly find that shit anymore. You know, you pack a can of 20
bucket
or
of
whatever,
bullets,
and that's about it. You know,
bucket of bullets, and yeah, I remember that. Get the CCI Blazers in a carton.
yeah.
Remember that?
But the thing is like that. I mean, you know, I don't know. I used to shoot a lot of that at the time, man. When I had a Ruger, I had a Ruger at one time, but I got for stupidly I got rid of it. But I got something different now, but it's like a Henry 22. I like
Dude,
that.
like
I mean,
I grew up with a mini Ruger 14 chambered in 223,
right?
and we shot the crap out of that rifle. We wore it out. Like we got to the point where it was shooting a 3-inch grouping.
right.
Like my grandpa was an expert shot man. That dude, like, he was very good.
Well, I've
But
gotten pretty good. I've gotten pretty good. I mean, you know, 7.62 by 39. I was actually surprised on how much I can knock a hole in shit, being such a
AK
small round,
round,
huh?
AK round.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing AK does or SKS. Yeah, it's the same thing. But I'm gonna tell you, I was surprised actually, and I'm pretty decent with it. And the only problem is right now the rifle I got, I don't have a scope on it, so I'm only using iron sights. Um, but even then, I really am surprised on the
I
amount that
built
sucker will knock a hole in something.
I built a $1,500 AR-15 that was chambered in 6.5 Gwendol,
Yeah,
and it's the same. That's like the same bullet, like the as the six, as the AK. And I'm telling you what, man, we were sitting there shooting probably about eh, easily 300 yards, no problem, no drop, nothing.
oh yeah. These guys are going nuts on the radio right now, man. Golly.
Yeah, we were shooting an old deer feeder.
On the playground there. 1927 Indiana, you're booming in out here this afternoon.
Hmm.
Roger that. Well, you're sounding good audio from that radio. What kind of radio you running out there? 1927. Check on the Icon 7300. Well, it's definitely working out here in my mobile. Check. Check there, 1927, 73. Have a good evening out there in Indiana. We'll catch you on the frequency again.
Hey, I'm gonna top off my drink real quick. I'll be right back. All right.
All right.
All right. Hold on one second.
And you, sir, are cordially invited to go fuck yourself. Listen to that little bitch squeal.
Yeah, too much fun.
All right. Sorry about that. They're going crazy on the radio still.
They are. That guy coming in loud and clear.
Say what?
And so that guy is coming in loud and clear.
Oh, yeah. I think he's out toward Arizona or something like that.
It was pretty clear today.
I got red skies tonight, buddy. I mean, it's like an orange sky out there right now. The sun's going down, or it's down below the tree line right now. But I got like an orange sky out there right now. See, internet ain't got nothing on radio, man. I wonder how many ones that was. How many ones? I didn't count. I tell you, man, this is it's like all the oddballs. They all gravitate to this frequency.
Dude, crazy.
Oh boy, oh boy.
What the hell's going on out here?
It's me and my CB radio. Oh boy, oh boy.
Do you love your CB radio?
Some Max Headroom stuff right there.
Stupid and quit your crying. Nobody cares. Oh, it's just singing. Listen to me now. Listen to me now. Listen to it now. Good evening time. Sugar Mike 9 Arizona. Skies and abundant sunshine. Calling CQDX and standing by.
Double one, double two, wingnut out here stretching it.
Sugar Mike 9 Arizona. We're even down here 223 on Chicago. It's only good evening time around Arizona. Down on Chicago, just want to say, come on down to the Cactus Path to get out of the sunshine. Sugar Mike 9 Arizona, even time, boy. Cheers, and also another one all day. Roger, right now. Well, I hope you're not too cold. I know it's getting cold up there while it's trying to get cool down here in Arizona. But what even time you're on the window city, it's only great in Arizona. Want to say hi to your ears? Sugar Mike, 9 time in Arizona. Say good evening time, and I'm listening. Anyway, we're out here monitoring the frequency of this beautiful hot evening. Fuck you, Colleen, fuck you, and standing by for possible conflict. Oh, you down 6-9 on Dayton, Ohio. You're trying. Oh, 6-9, oh, you got to get Arizona. Loud and proud. Go ahead, sir. He's one of the little girls out there, and he wouldn't stick it out. Roger, right on, Larry. Larry, the first out here is Tommy in Arizona. Unit number Sugar, Mike number 9, abbreviation Sierra Mike 9 in Arizona. Saying good evening time to you in here. Take care, boss. We'll definitely do it again. Pirate Radio. Good evening time. While you're coming my way, I'm trying to get back your way and say hi from the world of sound in Arizona. Sugar Mike number 9 Arizona. Return. Right on 55, you're probably like your local LT size. I want to keep on doing what you're doing. So like an FM stereo in my radio for sure. Even time to you in family from Arizona. Sugar Mike 9 saying good evening time. We just got in on this bitch. Radio is cordially invited to go fuck himself.
Yeah. I'm sure if he hears me, he'll tell me to go fuck myself too. I'm telling you,
not too hot, not too cold. It's perfect here. I don't know, Mike. I can't tell if that's the old guy banger or if that's just an echo mic recording or what the hell's going on. But it's sure the hell is funny. It's coming back to my heart to pick you guys out. I'm going to see if I can listen on this side. Sugar right now, Arizona. Just got in and listening.
Yeah, 1122 wingnut on the side of the road and listening for all that DX.
Hey, check, Wisconsin. Nice to know we're making the trip up there, boss. 455. Good evening. How about that 223 Chicago? Yeah. 1212. Make sure to come back there and check the station. 837 Montana. I'm the Hey, 118. 118, don't be sorry, so me. 118, Sugar Mike, Arizona.
It's still
Well, I heard
amazing.
somebody out there. Say what?
It amazes
What'd you say,
me.
something?
People still. It amazes me people still use CD a lot.
Oh man, there's so many people all over the world still using this shit, man. It's just so funny too. The only problem is, it's like it's hard to find anybody under the age of 30 using it. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? That's another reason why I kind of do this. Like, I mean, it's just my own personal thing that, like, why I kind of like try to expose people to it on the internet. They may not have any other exposure to it. At least they'll be exposed to it here. Maybe they'll get interested and want to try it, and get into it. Who knows? You know, I mean, even if they were trying to think of it on a prepper scenario, they got to at least think about communications, and that might be an avenue to actually understand it, or seeing it's like, hey, this stuff still works. We're at the mercy of Mother Nature, but it still works. We just happen to be right now in going into the peak of the solar cycle. That's the only reason why I'm hearing so many stations so far away. Everything from inside the country and outside the country. I'm hearing a lot of international stuff too, but that has to do with we're in that peak of that 11-year cycle and stuff, or going into that peak anyway. Um, this is a good time to be on the radio because I mean, right now it's just like conditions are so good every day. Um, and it'll be like that for about a year or so.
Heck yeah.
Well, more, and then it'll start dropping down to where it'll be like all you'll hear is like like your locals, and that's about it. I mean,
Yeah.
it does. It's like a cycle. Like, and it goes for a peak of like where it's like really good internet, good talking to everybody, down to like where it's like nothing but locals, and then it goes back up every 11 years. The sun goes through this like cycle where it puts off a lot of solar flares, and when those solar flares interact with the ionosphere, it pushes a lot of this RF around, and that's what it's doing right now. It's like it's going into that cycle where it's pushing off a lot of solar flares. But the only problem is like one of those possibly could be so big that it could knock out a lot of stuff like an EMP. But if it's not quite that powerful, it really is good for radio. I mean, it just pushes signal so much further.
Heck yeah.
I love it. It's like UK Transparency. I was hearing him on the radio the last time he tried, all the way from the UK, you know, and I just I wasn't pushing enough for him to really have like a conversation. But you know, you know, I love it when it's able to talk across the fucking pond all the way over to fucking UK or Ireland, Scotland. I know people in all these countries and shit. It's like some of these people I haven't talked to in like 10, 11 years. You know what I mean? And it's nice when the conditions get back to where I can talk to them again.
Yeah, I can't wait to get everything set up so I can start talking.
Well, like I said, if I, me personally, now, I, I can give you an example. The difference between AM and sideband. The reason why I go sideband because it's so much quieter. Now, listen to what all the noise and how many people are talking, what it sounds like. Okay, even when he stops talking or whatever, listen how quiet it is. Okay, you still hear a lot of people talking in the background. This is sideband. Now, if I just flip it to AM and then go down to like a channel where a lot of people are talking on AM, which is like maybe let's see down here, channel 6 maybe. All right, you hear all that like staticky type noise in the background.
Yeah.
That's the difference, the sound quality difference between AM and sideband. And the another thing too is with AM mode, um, it takes a little bit more power to get uh, more range out of it versus sideband for some reason. Sideband is purely just the modulation. And see the AM, see the difference between like FM, AM, and sideband. FM is frequency modulation, where it's basically a carrier wave, a solid carrier wave. All right. If I was to put it in layman's terms, I guess it's basically a solid carrier wave. AM is amplitude modulation, where it uses a carrier wave to push modulation. All right. And sideband is just that modulation separated altogether into two parts, the lower and upper sideband. It's just minus the carrier wave, like on AM. It's just purely nothing but modulation. It's a more efficient, in my opinion, mode of transmission. You can get a little bit further out in range with less wattage, to use. That's what I like about it. It's a little bit cleaner. So if you got into radio and you started using it, like, start talking to people or finding people around your area and talking to you, like locals, or even like start working skip where people are outside of your area, like out of your state or whatever. I'm gonna tell you, it's easier to do that on sideband than it is AM. That's just from my experience. That's the reason why I'm kind of like do all my talking on sideband versus AM mode.
That's why I mean I already got the Bearcat 980.
Oh yeah.
I'm just waiting on my amp, and then I'm waiting on my my antennas.
Okay, right on. What are you gonna put it up on? The
I'm gonna put it
antenna.
up here in my shack.
Like, what are you gonna put the antenna on? Like a big pole or something, or you got a tower, or
Yeah, I'm thinking about like I showed you a while back, my front of my house where I had
right?
that big tower
Mm-hmm.
already there. So I'm thinking about just getting a bunch of just I probably need about 250 foot of cord, but I can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you get some good, decent coax. I mean, I can't remember. I don't. I'm not. I can't remember right offhand. Was it RG8 or something like that? I can't remember what I right offhand. But it's some decent coax. And then,
Well, I'm
if
gonna
you keep,
sleeve it
yeah,
like
yeah.
underneath PVC or something like that to protect it from the UVs.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing to do. I've actually got a piece of what is it called? That PEX tubing for like water pipe tubing. The PEX,
Yeah.
this flexi pipe. I've got a piece of that sleeving over my coax. Um, that's what I've got, and just to protect it, because that damn coax, after a while, it just start breaking apart.
Hmm. They don't last long.
No, I mean, I've got a section of like what they call hard line, which is it looks it's almost um, like a flexible like conduit that the coax is inside already. And I've
Yeah.
got a long stretch of that. I mean, eventually, what I was going to do is I was going to. I haven't. I don't know if I'm going to do it or not anyway. But I was going to do is I was got that beam that I've got. I was going to stick up another tower, and I was going to use that hard line for that beam, but I never did it. And but I've got big section of that. And I just wanted to eventually one of these days I wanted to upgrade, and just kind of read, what I even the coax I've got on this antenna now, upgrade that to a hard line. It's more expensive, but damn, that shit will fucking last a while. You know, I mean, it also protects it from people that want to pin you coax. You know what I mean? It's like a steel jacket on top of it, so it's like it'll be a little harder to pin somebody's coax like that's got that shit. You have to get the damn bolt cutters to cut it.
Yeah, I bet.
I don't know. I started thinking about it too. That's another thing too. You got to think about also uh, on a prepper scenario is how you're going to power that radio and all that shit if there's no power. How are you going to keep it going? How are you going to be able to still be on the air where you can at least listen? At the minimum.
Yeah.
It's always something to think about because, like I said, I was watching that damn Fear the Walking Dead thing, and I kept on watching this thing. I was sitting there noticing how in the damn TV show, I know it's like a TV show and all that shit. I'm like, God damn, it's like everybody's got a fucking radio. Everybody's got like a damn, like some outpost somewhere out there with the damn generator hooked up to the damn CB radio. And I'm like, I wonder what it would really be like. Would people, I mean, and then how would you power all these things and keep the batteries charged up and blah, blah, blah,
Well, alternators.
Yeah.
Gearing.
Because, I mean, I was sitting there thinking about it. Like, for instance, if you can't get gas out of the pumps and shit, generators ain't going to use these shit if they're gas powered. You know what I mean? After a while. You know what I mean?
What's the beauty of it? Like, that's one thing that a lot of people don't realize. Like, you can shove motor oil, all kinds of shit in a diesel and it'll run.
Yeah. I mean, I actually was thinking about it too, because because that's another reason why I was thinking about the multi-use of my still. I can make like ethanol or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even my well, I don't know about this Mazda I've got now, but I probably could. But I could probably do some minor adjustments to that sucker and like replace a few regular hoses with stainless steel, and I can probably have that damn thing running on fueling nothing but ethanol.
All you have to do to run a vehicle off of ethanol is basically make the injectors a little bit bigger.
Well, I mean, and there's some other some of the like the fuel lines and stuff. You have to change it like stainless steel because it would eat through some of that rubber shit.
Yeah.
I think so that would be another thing too. But I can, and if I spent enough time, I can actually make ethanol. The only thing is just trying to get it up to that high of a proof. You know what I mean? I have to redistill it so many times, or modify my still to where I can actually get multiple proof or multiple distills at a one run.
Well,
Like
they mix their mash together, so they have their mash that's ready to been fermenting for a couple days altogether. Then they boil it, and that's what then they put it through that still.
Well, I understand. I know. I've got a still. I got one mostly. The main reason why I did it is just so I could actually get distilled water. I was using for my batteries, but I can make alcohol with regular alcohol because I was sitting there thinking I can make low proof stuff to like for like disinfectant or like a hand sanitizer type stuff. And then I was sitting there thinking also if I actually up the proof to like ethanol status, it's like because that would be like way high. That'd be like way higher than you would want to drink. Put it that way. You know what I mean? And you want to use that as a fuel. You know what I mean? But it would take a lot of. You have to redistill it a bunch of times to get it to that high proof. That's the thing. Just a regular, like for instance, if you were to imagine like a regular, like old fashioned, still. You got the pot boiling and stuff goes through it like what I guess you would call a thumper, and then it gets into the coil and condenses down. That one run, if if you don't have that thumper in line, that's just one single run. With that thumper in line, That's actually makes it into two runs in one. So you're distilling it once and then distilling it one more time before it gets to the coil. So if you had a couple of thumpers or a couple of something like that in line, other than just one, you're actually doubling the distill every time you go through a thumper, and before you get to this coil to just to reduce it down to a liquid again, you know. And that's the only thing with me. I've only got it set to where I have to modify it to where I can get a couple more runs, and I've got an idea on how I can do it where I can make like a thumper like out of a big mason jar and shit, and then I can actually use that to infuse flavors if I wanted to make something I to drink, for instance. But I'm thinking like shit that hit the fan scenario, alcohol, or even just distilling, or even making like on a distillery type of scenario where I can actually make like essential oils, like what is it? Stuff like that, with a distiller. And then, but even then, it's like more than just something to drink. But even then, and the shit hit the fan, people are still gonna want their alcohol to drink, you know. And it get down to the point where all the shelves are gone and everybody's, all that shit, I don't know. I was sitting there thinking about there's so many multiple uses out of that one thing, you know.
Yeah, you're right.
Um,
There is, and that's a good trait to learn though too.
well, yeah, and I mean, I actually, I made a few things here and there, experiment and just see what I can do with it, other than making my distilled water, and and like I said, if I modify it to make it even better, it'd be even better than what I have now. I just haven't done it yet, but I've got all the equipment and I do know how to do it. Um, my biggest thing was just actually, like, for instance, if I was wanting to make something tasty, just trying to get the right recipe with the right flavors, blah blah blah. I don't really drink alcohol, but it'd
Yeah,
be nice to like, if I did make some, I can like give it away for like, I don't know, Christmas presents or something like that. Um, I
people
don't
love
know.
that too.
Well, I mean, my cousin used to do that shit. There was a couple of guys who you knew up in North Carolina that lived out there in the mountains that made some really good homemade moonshine, and it was just it was like the apple pie type flavor, and man, I'm gonna tell you, it was good. It was just it would get you drunk so damn easy though. But
Yeah,
he would get that and like wrap a little ribbon on it with like a little thing on it or whatever, and give it to people for Christmas presents and stuff. And I was like, man, that's probably what I'll end up doing if I end up making a bunch. But I was just making it just to experiment. And then, like I said, like for instance, if I was making it just to, like for like a disinfectant, like medical use, you know what I mean, like to have on hand, or even like something I can make like a disinfectant type, like um, like a hand wash or whatever, um, what do you call it? Like a Anyway, kind of like a disinfectant soap or something, but you got to have alcohol in it. You know,
yeah.
it would come in handy if you got gunshot wounds, for instance.
Shit can run BT.
Sterilize the whole everything. You know what I mean? Because I thought about things like that. It's like I started thinking about it. It's like, for instance, and bugging out should always be an option. And even though I can't carry my still with me, the knowledge of that still and how to operate it and how to make my own if I wanted to do it again somewhere else, I know that I can carry that in my head. I don't have to carry that in my backpack. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know. That's the other reason why I like doing that blacksmithing and stuff like that. It's like,
yeah.
the more I experimented with, like, manipulating the metal and making a knife and stuff like that, the more I know I can do that anywhere. I can set that up anywhere.
Make hardening steel with motor oil.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's like just having that knowledge and experience of actually doing it and knowing what you can do and what you can't or whatever or what you need to work on. Me personally, I'm not good at forge welding. I have to actually learn a little bit more about that if I ever want to make like Damascus type steel. But and even then, I don't want to bang it with my damn hammer. I want to try and get like a power hammer to do Damascus because I'll wear myself out doing it
Dude,
otherwise.
Damascus, I don't know how, like, that is such a beautiful steel.
Well, yeah, I mean, but if I did it without, if I just did it by swinging a hammer, it's just, man, that's a lot of work, man. That's the only problem. And I'm not really good at the forge welding part of it, and that's a major part of it. And so that's why I've never really messed around with doing it. I just rather just stick with the basics, something that I, I'm not really. I mean, I do want it to look good, but I really more important is like I want it to be useful. You know what I mean? Like when I make my knives, I want something that's going to be useful that somebody could use all the time and rely on it. You know what I mean? And I mean, yeah, I want it to look good, but it's not the biggest. I want it, I want it to be more useful, more utilitarian. You know, I don't know. It's hard to find a good knife that's going to last you for a long time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm about to get off of here because the neighbor is fixing to turn his music up. I can already hear it cranking up.
Right on, man. Well, it's definitely went over my 2 hour mark, so I think I'm going to head out of here too, you guys. I appreciate you coming in, Sunfish.
Heck yeah, man. I always like coming in here, hanging out with y'all, listening to the radio.
Right on.
Like,
Yeah.
I found my love for CB with my grandfather.
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what the conditions will be in your area. Like, for instance, if you got on the same exact channel that I'm on right now, the what you would be hearing would be different than what I'm hearing. But you'd be hearing. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on out there. You've been hearing part of what I'm hearing, depending on the part of the day, time of the day, probably. But
Yeah.
it's just that you get yourself at least set up where you can at least get out there and listen. And then who knows? I mean, like I said, there's probably people that live in your area. Get to know them people. Um, that's another thing too. When it all goes down, it'd be nice to have like somebody that lives not that far away from me, and it's like, hey man, I just saw a bunch of tanks coming your way, man. Letting you know. It'd be,
Yeah.
you know, because I already made that agreement with a buddy of mine over there. It's like if you happen to see that shit, you fucking let me know. Yeah, telling you. Like the British are coming, the British are coming, the kind of shit.
Heck yeah.
All right, man. I'm gonna head out of here too, man. I appreciate everybody in the chat coming in and all that stuff. If anybody's in there left, but
All right.
appreciate
Hey,
everybody that's stopping by. All right, man.